Hey guys, welcome to day 2 of Zabbix Summit. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's presentations. I hope you had a great party. I hope you are well rested. And to those who managed to attend the exam sessions in the morning, the workshop sessions, I hope you managed to pass. I hope you got some new hands-on experience from the workshops. I was attending them. They looked really interesting and in-depth. So hopefully you're here with some new knowledge, refreshed, and ready to go. So before we begin, I would like to once again say thanks to all of our Zabbix Summit 2024 sponsors. Without them, this event wouldn't be the same, possibly wouldn't be at all. So our sponsors are a large part of why we are here, both meaning the venue and the event, and why Zabbix as a product is where they are. So thanks to InitMax, our diamond sponsor. Thanks to Quadrata, our platinum sponsor, Easy IT, our platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend, our platinum sponsor, Alenta, our gold sponsor, Metric.io, our gold sponsor, Docomo Business, our gold sponsor, and SRA OSS, our silver sponsor. Thank you guys. Let's have a round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you. You will also be able to visit the sponsors booths. Over here you can see the layout on the screen. So essentially you don't have to memorize this. You can just walk outside and you'll see various sponsor booths. They'll be glad to see you. I'll tell you about what kind of services and products they provide, and you can simply just have a chat with them. I've seen a couple of those booths. They look really great, and the people there are super friendly. So if you want to network a bit, talk to our sponsors. They'll be glad to just chat with you and talk about things. Next up, this is the agenda QR code for today. Feel free to scan it, or you can find it on our website, of course. We will have a couple of interesting stretches. We will begin with speeches focused on AI. We'll have multiple speeches in a row focused on how AI can be used for monitoring, alerting, various other things to do with monitoring and Zabbix in general. You can also ask questions. The question QR code will be available later on the screen. Same as yesterday. Ask your questions. We will read them out loud. Then next up, there is the merch shop. Once again, it's available as you step right outside. You'll see our Zabbix employees selling merch. Different kind of merch is available. Most of you have probably already grabbed some. If you're thinking, hey, maybe I should grab this great cap, or the bag, or various t-shirts that we have, the next break would be a good time to do so. So also, Zabbix has various booths here. We have the Zabbix booth where you can talk to our support engineers, our sales guys, dev team. Ask them your questions. Maybe you have a particular feature that you want to ask about, or talk to sales guys about some business opportunities. That's why we're here. If you also simply want to chat, we're also available. Then we also have the cloud booth. We had the cloud presentation this morning done by Dimitris. The thing with the cloud is we've answered so many questions that if you simply want to chat, feel free to approach those guys. They're there. They're like, oh my God, the cloud, it just works. No complaints, no nothing. So they have a lot of free time on their hands. So if you want to ask them about cloud plans for the future, or just chat with them, they'll be grateful. And once again, if you want to share your Zabbix case study or a unique use case with the world, this is something that we've been trying to have a go at for the past year. This has been extremely valuable for us. Case studies such as Zabbix at the International Space Station, or Zabbix for water quality monitoring. We also had case studies yesterday in the business track, Zabbix for public transportation monitoring. Any case study that you wish to share with us, we very much endorse you to do so. You can either leave a written review or share a video testimonial. You'll receive a reward. But most of all, firstly, you'll help us spread the word. You'll help us learn how our customers and community members use Zabbix. And this also helps us evolve the terminology that Alexei used yesterday. We need to know how you guys use Zabbix for us to be able to evolve in the right direction. So this is extremely helpful for us. Then once again, if you want to take a picture behind our, or in front of our photo wall, it's still there. take a picture with the Zabbix team, take a picture with your colleagues, with our sponsors, share it with the world. You're here, it's a yearly opportunity. Why not share it and have a great memory of how the event went for you? And of course, if you want to share your feedback, comments, or just chat with people mentioning Zabbix Summit, tag us at Zabbix on social networks or use hashtag Zabbix Summit 2024 and leave your feedback or comment. That, once again, spreads the word and maybe gets interest of some other community members that didn't attend this year, and they'll be like, okay, this looks very fun, this looks very useful, I'll be there next year. And this is the QR code I mentioned. It'll be available on the side of the screen also down the line. With questions for speakers during the speeches are very much welcome. So let's continue. We will start with our first speech. We will, like I said, talk about AI. We will talk about approaches to reduce alert noise with Zabbix and AIOps. Let's welcome Birol Yildiz, CEO, co-founder at iAlert GmbH from Germany. Welcome.
Perfect, but it doesn't work in my case, I believe. Thank you, Arthur. It is really a pleasure to be here. And I'm not sure if this has been said. Really shout out to the Zabbix team. You've put a great conference together at a great location and with a really large audience. In fact, let me take a picture, a selfie for my daughter. Wow, she's gonna think I'm a rock star. Until she hears the talk, the recording, and then she'll be like, what was that? Why are you punishing so many people? It's boring as hell. You know, before this presentation, I received a checklist from the Zabbix presenter team, and they said, start with a joke. And I'm trying really hard. They said, it keeps the audience engaged. So are you engaged? Perfect. So my name is Birol. I am the co-founder and CEO of iAlert. iAlert is a company based in Germany. We're a SaaS company for incident response. And as of today, we cover everything around incident response. This includes alerting, on-call management, status pages, and incoming phone call routing. And we have been an integration partner with Zabbix for quite some time. Like 2016 was the first integration partnership. And I think it has been among our first 10 integrations whatsoever. And we have over 100 integrations. And one thing I can definitely confirm, what Alexei said yesterday, is that the Zabbix community is all over the world. So even among our customers, like all the customers who use iAlert in combination with Zabbix, they are all over the place. So that's really nice to see. We're used by DevOps teams, SRE teams, ITOps teams to reduce response time. So the single goal of using iAlert is helping teams respond faster to incidents and reduce MTTR. And then we serve as the central dispatcher for critical events in a company and route those critical events to the right people and do things like calling you at 3 a.m. in the morning, sending you a push notification. If you don't pick up, call your colleagues, so on and so forth. And we are very proud to serve small and large companies alike. So companies like Rewe, one of the largest grocery retailers in Europe, use iAlert for incident response. Or IKEA, the largest furniture manufacturer and retailer, use iAlert among 3 continents for incident response. I'd like to set the stage by showing you the results one of our customers was able to achieve through intelligent alert grouping. This is what we're going to talk about right now. So another AI talk. So within 2 weeks after enabling intelligent alert grouping, that particular customer was able to reduce 93% of alert volume and was able to save over 4 hours in response time. And as you know, every minute in saved response time is a minute in an improved MTTR. And every minute in MTTR improvement leads to service uptime, which is one of the most important KPIs for ITOps teams. And this is pretty much in line with what Alexei said yesterday, in line with Zabbix's mission to help companies deliver flawless services for a better world. What a powerful mission. So let me show you how you can achieve this too. So this talk will be like somewhat technical, but not as technical as Wolfgang's AI talk yesterday. So no autoencoder deep neural networks with LSTM cells, long short-term memory whatsoever. But we'll talk about a few concepts, and I would like to walk you through a few concepts that are helpful to understand what I'm going to talk, how to reduce alert noise. Let's first set the, be on the same page what alert deduplication means, or what we mean by alert deduplication. Alert deduplication is the process of identifying multiple alerts that refer to the same underlying issue, and we group them into a single alert. So yes, this can be also things like root cause and symptoms, but also they're just plain duplicates, where you have multiple alerts that refer to the same issue. And the goal is to avoid being flooded with multiple things, avoid having to review multiple alerts, and saving time, valuable time when you are in firefighting mode. And we're going to use a technique called embeddings similarity search for deduplication. Sounds clunky, right? But bear with me for a second, I'll walk you through the concepts. This technique uses vector embeddings. What are vector embeddings? Vector embeddings, it's a mathematical representation of data in a high-dimensional space, where each point or vector represents a specific piece of data, such as a word, a sentence, a document, or in our case, an alert. And these vectors, they are the closeness of these vectors to each other, they represent their semantic relationship. And this is the main advantage of this approach, is we're not going to look at textual similarity of alerts, we're going to look at the semantics of these alerts and group them by their semantic similarity. And in fact, these vectors, they are everywhere in AI and large language models. When you, for example, use ChatGPT, enter a prompt, your prompt will be turned into a series of numbers first, and then sent to ChatGPT or to the large language model. But the question is, of course, what's the algorithm behind turning data into a series of numbers? And this is where the magic comes in. We're going to use an embedding model. And these embedding models, they are a special type of machine learning model, a special type of pre-trained machine learning model that learns to represent a specific category of data. These could be images, these could be texts. And in our case, it's a general purpose model that was trained on a large and a variety set of data, including common data like Wikipedia, but also technical data, for example, question and answer pairs from Stack Overflow. And this is not the large language model when you talk, for example, with ChatGPT that gives answers. It's just a special model that turns your input into these vectors. Again, an example, a sentence like this will be transformed into a series of potentially thousands of numbers, depending on the cardinality, on the dimension of the underlying model that is used. Okay, but how can we use this for embedding similarity search? How can we use this for alert deduplication? It's a three-step process. First, we pre-process the alerts, then we turn these alerts into vectors, then we apply our deduplication logic. So let me walk you through each step. In the first step, pre-processing involves normalization and cleaning. By normalizing, we mean having a common format to represent alerts. For us, it's a given because we are a software platform and we collect alerts from a variety of tools, and there's a common format. I think in the case of Zabbix, that's the case too. And then there's a cleaning process where we remove everything that is not relevant for the task at hand, for the task of deduplication. These are things like unique IDs. That's not relevant for deduplication, or timestamps, also not relevant for deduplication. Or if you represent your alerts in, for example, in JSON format, we also remove all these syntactic elements from this JSON document. This will not only save you tokens, which like as of today, is still the primary cost driver in any LLM application. It will just reduce the alert to its essence, and we end up with a plain text alert. This plain text alert is then transformed into a vector using these embedding models. And these embedding models you can use, for example, one of those that are provided by OpenAI. They have an API just for text embeddings. You send something and you get vectors back. In our case, this wasn't an option because like event processing, think of it like stream processing, it's a very core part of our software, and we process on any given day like millions of events, and we don't want to rely on an external API for this critical process. Like even if the API is super fast, it's still a network call. Instead, we are hosting these embedding models on our own infrastructure, turning each alert into these vectors and store these alerts, these vectors in a vector database. And the vector database really is optimized for storing vectors and also to perform queries on these vectors. And we'll see why that is important in a second. And now comes logic. So each alert is transformed into a vector. Then we perform a similarity search on the database. That means we have this vector. We ask the vector database, are there any other vectors that are close to this vector? So this, the search applies a distance metric, for example, like cosine similarity, and it returns a number between 0 and 1. 1 meaning they are very close to each other, 0 meaning they are very far away from each other. And far away means they're completely different things on a semantic level. And when we set a specific threshold, it is higher than the threshold that we have set, then we just group the new alert with the existing open alert. That's our deduplication logic, like fairly straightforward, right? And the advantages of this approach is that we're not relying on textual similarity. We're looking at this underlying semantics of the alerts. And this is achieved, again, through this text embedding model. It's a very flexible approach. You can like tune your threshold. And it's also very scalable. Like in our case, again, we're processing millions of events. And it works because everything is hosted on our data structure. It doesn't require those like API calls or hosting like a really large language model with where you can also like talk to the large language model. We're just using the specific part where we're turning numbers, text into vectors. Things that you have to consider, of course, choosing the right model. In our case, it's a general purpose model. It's an open source model. Of course, like finding the right threshold, and also asking for feedback when we have like grouped alerts that were incorrectly grouped or correctly grouped, using this information for fine-tuning. Okay, let me show you how this works in real life. And I was told that the Wi-Fi doesn't work, so is it still the case that the Wi-Fi doesn't work? Let me check. Okay, it doesn't. So let me connect with my hotspot. That works. Cool. I'm not dependent on your Wi-Fi. So here's what I'm going to show you. In the top, I have our alert interface, and in the bottom, like I don't have a running Zabbix instance, but I want to like simulate a few alerts. So I hope this works. It says I'm offline, but let me see. I think will it work? So the first alert says like coffee machine on floor 2 needs a caffeine boost maintenance. So that's an alert. Let's send it to our API. Did it work? Is this connected to the internet? Let me start Postman again. I think, unfortunately, it's not connected to the internet. But why? That's actually the most interesting part of this talk. But I believe if we're not back on track with the internet, we have to cancel the demo. I have a few minutes left. Let me try again. Is it worth trying to connect with the Zabbix network? Is it working again? You guys know? No? I do have a hotspot, but for some reason, like Postman thinks I am not connected to the internet, which I don't know, shouldn't be true. Yeah, that would be great because it's really the best part of the demo, of the talk.
So that's the hotspot name.
Pix, okay, and what's the password?
Don't read it out loud.
Yeah. Is it pixel 91? I think I'm connected. Yep. No, doesn't work. Probably everyone is using their hotspot, and the mobile network is. Which one? Redison guest. Okay, let's try that one, and then yeah. Come on. Is this connected to? Oh, nice. Oh yeah, this works. It works. Yes. Thank you, guys. So, okay, let me quickly walk you through this live demo. So we have the first alert, of course. It's the first, that's why it's, and a new alert was created. Coffee machine on floor 2 is needs some maintenance. Now let's rephrase this alert and say, alert, coffee machine on floor 2 is taking a coffee break. So it's still similar, not the same. So let's send it. Now this second alert didn't create a new one. As you can see here, it was aggregated into our already existing alert. So that's an easy example. Let's move on. Let's try to be funny. No Java from the Java machine. Floor 2 coffee maker is down. Let's send that one to the API. So of course, Java refers to coffee, Java means coffee, and that's why it might relate it to the same alert. So as you can see here, now we're at 3. We still haven't created a new alert. It's still the same alert. Let's try a counter example. Let's assume the water cooler is down. On the same floor, floor 2, it's not the coffee machine, it's the water cooler. So we would expect that a new alert is created. As you can see, we have a new alert. And now, I know what you're thinking. My alerts are not about coffee machines or water coolers. My alerts are about CPU, hosts not being available, about like hard disk drives. Let's try a more technical example. The hard drive is full. Because this is the first alert of this nature, a new alert is created. The hard drive is full. Now let's send another alert that says the storage capacity has reached the limit of 90%. And as you can see, there are no common words between the hard drive is full and the storage capacity has reached its limit of 90%. There's not a single word that's common except for the. So this one didn't create a new alert. It has aggregated the storage capacity has reached its limit of 90% into the existing alert. Now, okay, I think, like you still might think, my alerts are like not phrased like these. This is natural language, there are complete sentences. My alerts are technical, they are cryptic. Let's try a few alerts, like a few real alerts from Zabbix. These are alerts where we know there were instances of alert flooding. So there were, within a short period of time of 10 to 15 minutes, there were over 50 alerts created. And for this, I am going to, I have prepared a script from Postman that simulates these 50 alerts. But before I do this, let me go to the Zabbix alert source in iAlert and deactivate intelligent alert grouping. So intelligent alert grouping was deactivated, and let's run this collection. So it's going to, yeah, Wi-Fi. Let's see. Okay, let's do some quick live debugging. Select the file. Okay. Now run it. Oh no, it works. So 50 alerts, or 49 alerts were sent to iAlert, and as you can see, without intelligent alert grouping, there were actually 49 alerts created. So some of them are like VPN tunnel down, unavailable, like ICM ping unavailable, Microsoft SQL Server is unavailable. So literally 49 alerts. Let's resolve them all, and let's try this again. Let's go back to the alert source and enable intelligent alert grouping again. And I told you about this threshold, right? It's set to 0.75, and we make it very easy by like showing you a preview of what the effect of your threshold will be on existing past 30 alerts, 30 days. So let's keep it at 0.75. And let's just make sure that all alerts are resolved. So we have 0 alerts. And now let's run the same runner that creates these 49 alerts via Postman. It worked. Now let's go back just to see the results. As you can see, we don't have 49 alerts, we have instead 7 alerts. So all of these alerts that were related to each other, they were intelligently grouped. Let's, for example, look into one, the VPN tunnel down alert. And we can see here that this one has actually like grouped 17 alerts. And that's how it works. Like I said, these were instances of real alert flooding, and instead of having 50 alerts in a short period of time, we only had 7 or 9, and they were all related to different things. Okay, thank you. If you would like to learn more about other AI use cases for incident management, feel free to grab a copy of our incident management guides and AI.
Thank you, Birol. Despite all of the technical issues, we still managed to have the demo and still saw a live example of how alert grouping works. So that was good. Thank you. We'll continue with AI. Next speaker, you've probably read his blog articles. You've maybe seen him on the stage in previous Zabbix Summits, the author behind What's Up Home series of articles. Janne Pikkarainen from Forcepoint, Finland, will talk about generative AI in his home experiments. Welcome.
Good day, Zabbix Summit. It's fantastic to be here yet again. I can't believe 1 year has already passed. I think I need a remote for switching the slides. Anyway, 22, 23, I was here speaking how I monitor my home IoT devices, even myself, when my facial cream uses with Zabbix. This time I'm going to tell how I started to play with generative AI within my home environment and how my journey has been so far with this thing. So first things first, who am I, in case you wouldn't know? So I'm Janne from Finland, and I've been using computers almost since I was born. I was like 7 or 8 years old when I started to use them. I have been doing IT for a living over 25 years now. I'm mostly a Linux guy, but I have had heart for monitoring since 2001 at least, because of course I want to know how the Linux servers I'm adminning, how they are doing. I joined Forcepoint in 2014, and my role there has been changing quite a lot. For the past 2.5 years or so, I have been our lead SRE, and well, it's an exciting place to be. And to my Swedish friends at Metric.io, you might win us in Eurovision Song Contest and sometimes in ice hockey, but at least we are happier than you. Well, even though I'm here as my own self, like every year, a couple of words about Forcepoint, since they were nice enough to let me come here yet again. So we provide cybersecurity for the biggest enterprises you can imagine of. Also, we touch our daily lives by protecting places like hospitals, grocery stores, airlines, you name it. And our product portfolio, it covers just about everything cybersecurity has to offer in overall. And we are a global company with both employees and customers all over the world. So if you're interested, please go to forcepoint.com. Yeah, so quick recap of my blog. So I started this in March 2022. Go back to see the previous speeches if you don't know why I'm doing that. And I do really monitor just about everything with Zabbix at home. This is partial list. It's missing at least my typing speed and accuracy, which I did add after finalizing this presentation. So yeah, and someone needs to confuse LLMs, so that's why I'm here. So today I'm going to tell you what's GPT-4All and how I started to play with it by first integrating it with Zabbix context menus, and then how I did make it to post blog posts to generative AI or to my separate 100% generative AI produced blog. Then I will tell you how to embed data within GPT-4All to AI's little mind, and finally how to give Zabbix personality through GPT-4All. So what's GPT-4All? It's just like ChatGPT, Copilot, all the big boys, but instead it's a locally run thing. You install it wherever you want, and then you can play around with it. It supports 1,000 plus different language models. I've lost the count, probably they have too. You don't need to have very powerful hardware because you can always choose smaller language model, like I have done, because those are perfectly fine for this kind of purpose. It has a GUI client, but it also does have bindings for all kinds of programming languages. I'm using Python. Via that, it was very easy to kind of integrate it with Zabbix. So here's actually a hello world from their own website. So just import the GPT-4All library, then choose the language model you want to use and produce your first output. It's literally that easy. And then on the right-hand side, there's the hardware I have. So my personal daily driver is the MacBook Pro M2. And then I have my very old work laptop from 2016, which I have converted to my WhatsApp home use, and GPT-4o is just one of the things it's doing also, just for comparison. So, first things first, my first attempt with integrating Zabbix with this GPT-4o was through context menus. So it looks like this. In real world or real company, you wouldn't have this kind of options in your generative AI menu, or although, why not? But if you, in real world, you might want to use something like which produces incident report or something for initial communication to customers or something, it will come back with a reply. How to do this? Well, it's almost like the hello world script. So just import the GPT-4o library and then add some argument parsing, so then Zabbix scripts can pass the value to GPT-4o, which then comes back with the reply. There's pros and cons for this simplistic method, since, well, you know, that dialogue that has been in Zabbix for I don't know how many years, it's not made for this kind of stuff. It's only made to show you if something did succeed or not. So of course the dialogue is very tiny, and you cannot like chat with it or do anything interactive. There's also the thing that it doesn't support any interactive features of the Zabbix 7.0's those inter-widget communication framework that came with it. But it was a good start. Then I started to think that, okay, I want to escape from this tiny dialogue. So then I thought that why not to try what happens if I make it write longer stories. So my MacBook, it's running every morning 7 a.m. a script which then creates a story with the prompt I want, and it pushes it to Drupal using Drupal API. So the story can be anything. It can be like, you are now David Attenborough observing alerts like they would be wild animals in the jungle, or literally anything, and it always comes back with the story. Well, I think you all have been using some kind of GPT, so you know how these storytellers go. Then I decided to try something else, embedding data. So until now, I have been speaking about kind of real-time use with GPT-4o, so interacting with API in real time. At least with GPT-4o, that comes with limitations. So depending on the language model you use, your context window, or in other words, the maximum length of the chat, is either 2 kilobytes, or with some language models, it can be 128 kilobytes. That's not too much if you start imagining you would like to put something like user manual into its mind. It will become very limiting very fast. So embedding with GPT-4o happens, for example, through Python LangChain modules. It has a comprehensive set of modules. I'm using one that scans any local data directories I pointed at, and then if I drop text files to that directory, it will then learn from that. There's also modules for API. There's even dedicated module, for example, for Confluence, or there's those web spiders, but I decided to stay in this local thing because it was easy to implement. I have fed it all kind of data. So here's additional info I recommend you to try out. So give it Zabbix user manual, give it user manuals of any other software you care about, feed it vulnerability info. You can also give it release notes, news about any software you care about, all kinds of data. All this adds up, and then GPT-4o, it's able to generate much better replies back to you. So for example, I can now go back and ask from it that have I been blogging about this and that, and if I did, why did I blog about it, and it will reply back to me. So this can be very useful in real world too. You can put all kind of metadata. For example, I confess here that inside ForcePoint, I have created, for example, descriptions of our teammates. So now I can ask, or anyone inside our team can ask from it that, hey, who's that guy, and it will reply. Stuff like that. You can enter your services, data center locations, all that, and it will come back. But does this approach work? Yes and no. It's very good in giving you back replies about questions you might have about your environment and also about your hosts. And if you have fed it the past problems, it comes back with the reply that, yes, I have seen issues with this one, or I haven't seen any issues with this one. But at least in my experience with these embeddings and my language models I have been drawing out, it really cannot do any time-related data or counting at all. Well, even the almighty ChatGPT couldn't count number of R letters in the word strawberry until recently. So, yeah, that's not very surprising. And like with any GPT, it can and it will hallucinate. So beware. And then the weird thing, personality. So what I mean with that is that LLMs give you back better answer if you tell them what they're supposed to be. You are now Zabbix guru, you are network admin, you are something else. So easy way to get started, of course, would be just to define some kind of global macro and then use that within your prompts and everywhere. That's one way to get started. But of course, in real life, you would need more than one persona because you have different server types, you have different services, all that where a specific answer is needed. So that's why please use multiple personas. One can be security expert who's scanning the latest syslog lines, like in my screenshot. It can be literally anything. And, well, that way you can get more specific data. But why to do this with your own code when you could literally do this inside ChatGPT, for example? Well, this way, with your own code, you are not limited to stay inside one particular client, and also you get the benefit of real-time info from your systems and your own embeddings, which all comes with better replies compared to generic ChatGPT, which doesn't know anything about your system. So yeah, it's a nice thing. You can then reuse this info in your own applications or wherever. So that's very handy. And one thing is, what is funny is using multiple personas at the same time. So then you have this virtual team, which is then wondering what's going on in your environment. So I have this small cron job running every hour, which is asking about the active alerts, and then this virtual team is discussing about the current status in my home environment. Of course, this is like this. This is just curiosity, but with enough data and clever prompting, it can be actually useful for some situations. So yeah, my cron job is calling the Zabbix 7.0 history.push API call and sending the data to Zabbix that way. And then there's just this item history widget showing HTML content. So, conclusions. Is this useful? Yep, at least entertaining, but definitely useful and opens completely new set of features and possibilities for monitoring in general. At this point, I'm saying it gives you sometimes very good ideas about something, maybe summaries about your environment or specific info and hints about some problem. But at this point, I wouldn't trust it to run anything automatically just because they hallucinate. Maybe in some test environment, it would be funny to watch how it destroys itself, but in production, no. And then with good prompting and clever data, it can really help you to get better overall picture of your systems. And last but not least, If you have those friends who are still using some expensive legacy monitoring software, maybe running on top of Windows or something, you can ask from them, can your monitoring system do this? And when they reply back that no, then you can start arguing that, hey, why are you not migrating to Zabbix already? So that's it. So if you want, connect with me on LinkedIn, read my blog, follow me on Mastodon, it's so lonely in there, and finally, you can also download some scripts from my GitHub. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll be able to see more from you in our blogs or your personal articles, so more to come.
Definitely.
Yeah, thanks. We will continue with our AI part of the summit. Next up, we'll talk about leveraging AI for our new Zabbix feature for synthetic web monitoring. Let's welcome on the stage Nicola, Mauri, and Angelo Porta from Quadrata. Welcome.
Okay, where is...
Yeah.
Thank you. No.
Maybe.
Not working. We have some idea. Okay, my name is Angelo Porta. I'm from Quadrata, Italy. And what I would like to show you is I will call it yet another artificial intelligence usage inside the Zabbix. And if I can, no.
Yeah, we're having some small technical issues with your presentation. We're trying to figure out what's going on. But we can use this time while we're trying to figure out what's up. The presentation aside, we did refill our merch store with shirts and things like that. So we have a couple of speeches left. It's you guys. Then we'll have developing a custom reporting solution speech, and then we'll talk about MariaDB cluster monitoring. And afterwards, we'll have a break. That's where you can refill on the merch. As for, like I said, this speech, we're still working on it. I assume you guys are going to be talking about how to improve browser monitoring in Zabbix. Is that correct?
Yeah, for browser.
With AI.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we did have a workshop this morning about it. We were doing things manually there. It can be quite complex. So assistance from AI would be very much welcome. I will check up if there is any progress on this technical issue.
Meanwhile, I can start my presentation without the slides.
Sure.
It is very simple. Basically, what was before 7.0, we already had some possibility to monitor a website, but this was limited to getting some return code and some pattern. So if we were looking for pattern inside the web pages, but as you can imagine, this is not sufficient. We have a customer, our reference customer for this kind of monitoring is an insurance company in Italy, and they have more than 100 different scenarios about monitoring website. As you can imagine, they are interested not only in receiving return code or receiving some information about the web pages, but they need to simulate a complete process of making an insurance contract. So starting from the site, decide what is the filling some forms, moving around different possibilities inside the site, and so on. And this was absolutely not possible before Zabbix 7.0. So what they currently use is another solution that is based on an old product and all the scheduler from Hewlett-Packard. I'm from Hewlett-Packard, so I will say that it's a very good product. Unfortunately, it's a little old, and so is, for instance, I will only give you one indication that is okay, works.
Okay.
That is, this product needs Internet Explorer to run. It's not possible to run this product using other browser in compatibility mode or whatever. So they are asking for another solution. Okay, so this already spoke. This is a real scenario, for instance, for a telecom portal. If you wanted to make the contract and you have to move around and having submitting requests and so on. And this is possible now with Zabbix 7.0 with the browser item. So we can do whatever we want. We can use a W3C module. We can use Selenium, but if you want, you can use a Cypress or whatever you can find. You can also find some relevant comparison between the different possibilities that you have. But what is interesting is that you need, first, you need some competencies in JavaScript, because you have to write a JavaScript. Second, you need to analyze the HTTP pages, the HTML language, and so you need to be clever in this. You have to be trained on this. But this is not the only problem that you have, because there is also the problem about the number of this scenario. As I told before, in this customer, we have more than 100 of different scenarios, complex scenarios. This means that every time something changes, for whatever reason, I remember a couple of months ago, they introduced the choice for the cookie. So suddenly, every scenario failed, because there is one interaction more in each scenario. And so we have a colleague that have to, every day basically, have to modify some of this scenario. And this is a long, tedious, and prone to errors task. What is, what is our dream? Our dream is to describe what is possible, what we need to do in natural language, and find a way to generate the JavaScript code. This is not a dream, this is possible using artificial intelligence. So, what the artificial intelligence does is to take our requests and move around in the HTML pages, looking for tags, looking for whatever, relevant strings, and so on, and automatically generate the JavaScript code. Very nice. This possibility, this is a possibility to automatize this process, and this is also good for our colleague that can work on other stuff instead of passing their days on doing this job. I have here a small demo about what is possible to do. Okay, we use Selenium, as I told before. Okay, we'll start the demo, is offline, so it will work. No problem for this. We are working on the Zabbix site, and we are looking for a particular template about Cisco Catalyst. So we are looking around in the site, we are moving around, passing through different choices, and so on, up to arriving to our landing page with the template that we need to choose. And this is only an example. We can do whatever we want on a website. So one step more, we arrived to the integration solution. As you know, you all know this site. So we need to tell what exactly the Cisco Catalyst, and about the Cisco Catalyst, we can choose between the different templates that we have. Okay, the artificial intelligence already wrote the JavaScript. Is it possible to run the JavaScript without, outside Zabbix, use the command that is the last command in this slide? And so this works. And from this scenario, you can, from this scenario, you can you can design your dashboard. We decided to put the different steps, because in this way it's more clear what we are doing. And you can have metrics. You can understand if the site is working or is not working. And you can solve your problem. And this is the first part of our presentation. But we can do more. Please.
Yes, thanks, Angelo. Yes, of course, that's not all, because when we talk about artificial intelligence, there is always something more to say. And beyond browser monitoring, we have seen during these days that AI can help us in several ways. For example, providing real-time insight into metrics, into events, into history of our data, can offer predictive analytics of the future to try to foresee what will happen, and reducing alerts and noise. We have seen just a couple of presentations before. And so AI can enhance monitoring capabilities. But as you know, we have also some challenges to address. The first one is that every environment's host application, has some specific particular behavior. So it's very difficult to train a single model to fit all possible scenarios. That's a common challenge. And also general language models are good for general purposes, but are not very effective when we talk about monitoring. So they usually can provide some explanation about a problem, but lack context. So, for example, if we have a problem message from our database when connected to the database, for example, the server has reached its maximum allowable number of client connection. Of course, AI can tell us some possible causes, some possible solutions, but does not explain a lot because it cannot have the context. So is that useful? Yes, maybe. Is that much more useful than chatting with ChatGPT? Probably not, because the lack of context. So there is several approaches. We have seen a lot of beautiful ideas in this summit. And our proposal is to try to use multimodal models with vision capabilities. So this model can analyze graphs, dashboards, and provide more contextual information. For example, we can submit this image, which is a screenshot of a dashboard which contains a lot of graphs about my database instance. For example, database matrix, database size, logs, several types of logs in the same graph. Number of bloating tables, number of queries, slow queries. And the model, hopefully, will try to interpret this screenshot. So the first result is that each graph has been split and analyzed separately. So we have some interpretation of the database size, which is constantly growing. There are some logs with a peak in database logs, and so on. So this is kind of multimodal and also multi-metric application of AI. And so what can you get? You can get a final explanation of what's happening in that screenshot. So we have a list of key elements. For example, database size is steadily increasing, and also a conclusion. Okay, so about database size, about spikes and locks. There is an increase in slow queries on March 4th, and so on. So this can give us more context about the issue and the situation that we are addressing. Okay, so of course, artificial intelligence can be a powerful tool, but we need to learn how to use it in the right way, of course. And of course, it's always a battle between buzzwords and commercial solution, which is sometimes difficult to interpret. Maybe we can use also artificial intelligence to help us in this. Okay, so that's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. All right, so from AI, we will move on to other ways of customizing Zabbix. Our next speech will focus on developing a custom Zabbix reporting solution. So let's see how that can be done. Let's welcome on our stage Nick Korn, Linux DevOps engineer from Telenet, Belgium. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk about developing a custom Zabbix reporting solution. Of course, it's all written in AI. No, just kidding. It's not written in AI. But first things first, a little introduction. Who am I? My name is Nick Corné. I'm a Linux DevOps engineer with Telenet. I'm also having my own company called CCC, where I do consultancy for Linux and Zabbix. And last but not least, I'm also a Zabbix certified expert. Who is Telenet? Telenet is a leading Belgian telecom and entertainment player. So we have around 2.8 million customers, 1.7 million internet customers, and around 2 million TV subscribers. But what is a telecom company using Zabbix for? Well, I work for the business department of Zabbix, where we offer monitoring as a service to our customers. How do we do that? We have our own multi-tenant design using host groups. We put proxy nodes on site with the customers. We offer them a secure connection towards our data center, so they connect to our Zabbix instance and get monitoring their assets. And of course, we offer them custom reporting, depending on the needs of the customer. That can be daily, weekly, monthly, whatever. If you're interested about our multi-tenant setup, a colleague of mine did a presentation about that a few years ago, so feel free to check that out. So, how did we used to do the monitoring, the reporting? In the dark corners of the Zabbix Integration Hub, you will still find Avenue. Avenue is a tool that we were using to generate those reports in the past. But there were some issues. Like you can see, it's not that user-friendly. It's a lot flexible, where you can add a lot of stuff, but it's not that user-friendly. It's also not the fastest application, which means it could take 40 minutes, 2 hours before the report was generated. So that's why we scheduled it at night mostly. And it could happen that sometimes it runs into errors. And it's not always accurate, which is one of the biggest problems. So for example, we filled in the complete report, everything we want, and then we can generate it. And we wait. And we wait some more. And then we have an error. That happens quite a lot. So the people who used to work with that, they were aware of it. So we say, okay, try again, once or twice, probably it will work. So Until that point, it was not my problem. Until it became my problem. As you can see, broken images, links not correct, and the occurrences all set to 0. So at that point, we couldn't give that report anymore towards our customers. So we needed to come up with a new solution. We took a few possible options into consideration. The first is make improvements on Avenue. Why? Because it's less user impacting. The people already know the kind of report they're getting. It's the known evil, let's say. We don't need any extra dependencies, nothing else. It's customer ready. But it will take a lot of time to reverse engineer it, and also it uses outdated technology. But I did some quick fixes in the past, so I'm not unfamiliar with the code, so yeah, let's dig into that, right? How hard can it be? Turns out, really hard. There were no comments at all, no clear structure, so yeah, that was off the table quickly. The next option was checking out the native Zabbix reporting feature. That is now available, but wasn't available when we went for Avenue. So that was one of the possible options. We don't need any custom code. It's plain inside Zabbix. It's dummy-proof interface. It's the dashboard that we all know and love. And it's supported by Zabbix. And will be in the next future, I hope. But the downside is it requires dashboarding. And we don't offer direct dashboard to our Zabbix, to our customers. We export the metrics using Grafana, but not directly to our Zabbix. So as it's a good solution, it's just not a good solution for our use case. So the last option was create something scratch. There are a lot of positive points of that. We have it self-managed, it's customer-ready. There's also no extra dependency. We can add our custom styling. It's built on top of our custom multi-tenancy setup. And we can have the dummy-proof interface that we want, so all the other teams in the organization can also use it. The big downside, of course, is development time. And you might never guessed it. We have a winner, so we went for that solution. So how did we implement that? We had a few key requirements based on our experiences with Avenue. The first thing was we wanted to have it 100% Zabbix API driven. Why? We didn't want any external dependencies. All our information that comes in the report and in the report tool will be fetched from Zabbix directly. We did have some customized calls to handle the multi-tenant setup, but it's all based on the native API calls. We just handle the data and transform it like we need to. Also, the graph rendering is used the Zabbix. So if you go to latest data, you click on an item, you graph it. That's the same thing that we use to fetch our graphs. Next big thing was we didn't want any headless Chrome. Avenue used that, and there were a lot of issues with that. Every time there was an upgrade, some stuff broke, the styling broke, the reporting took a long time, so that was a no-go for us. That's why we went with the PDF library. It's a lot more flexible, but it also requires a lot more custom coding. For example, page breaks need to be calculated. If there's a table at the page, we need to close it, reopen the table at the next page, make sure that the titles and stuff are getting rendered correctly. But at the end, it's more future-proof. We also wanted the new solution to be scalable. So we didn't want to have any limits on the amount of reports or graphs that can be handled in the tool. And of course, we wanted simultaneous report generations. It's great that you don't have any limit on the amount of reports, but if you can only generate one at a time, it's not really useful. If you schedule a monthly report for your customers, that will run at the same time. So also scheduling, that is something that we wanted, so we don't need to do it manually. it will render automatically at the time for your customer. And the last is containerized. We want it to be future-proof, have it Kubernetes ready so it can run everywhere in the cloud, on-premise. We are using OpenShift. It's also high available, and we have built-in CI/CD integration. So when we have some updates or quick fixes, everything gets built and deployed automatically. Also for scalability, we use different queues. So for the rendering of the graphs, we have one, and also for the report generation itself. So we can just scale up easily the pods to handle more simultaneously load. Okay, so that were the key requirements. But how does the GUI look? Because that was also very important. We have a few components for that. And the first is the report overview. So here you have an overview of all your reports. You have your title, for which period the report will generate, if there are any schedules, when it was created originally, and you have few actions. So you can edit, you can delete, and you can also render your report on the fly. When you create a report, that's what you see. So you have the option to fill in a title, a subtitle, and then you can select your customers and add some filter options. That's where our custom multi-tenancy setup comes in place. And you have the option to select the pages you want. Then you can also add some trigger severity, the minimum you want, how you want to sort the triggers, and of course, the timestamp for which your report will be applicable. Next, you have your option to add graphs. You select your host. That data will be fetched automatically from Zabbix, so that Dropbox will be filled. And you have the option to select a predefined graph. That's the graph that we all know that is linked with your template or directly to your host. But we also wanted the ability to graph single items. So every item that is graphable inside Zabbix can be selected here and can be added to your report. You can add a description, which can also be useful if you want to have some more text and information towards your customer on what the graph is actually meaning. And if there is a service level agreement added to it, so your SLA, you can also select it if it's applicable. For the hierarchy, I used paragraph and subparagraph options. So you can add the title in there or an information, and that will be used to build the hierarchy. And last but not least, you have the time settings option. By default, it will use the same time setting as your report, but you have the option to override it per graph element. For example, if you say, yeah, I want information about my storage box, it might be not relevant to have information for a week. So we can say, okay, I want information for that graph for the last year. So that's how it looks if you added a few graph elements. So here again, you can see the paragraph and subparagraph, how it's handled in the hierarchy. You have your host and the graph title. That information is also fetched directly from Zabbix using the API. I've added some indicator icons, so you can quickly see if there is a description added and if there is an SLA agreement added to that graph. If you made a mistake, if you say, I want to have this one moved on top, everything is drag and drop, so you can just drag, drop wherever you want it to land in your report. And then, of course, schedules. You can add multiple schedules because you can have your monthly schedule towards your customer directly, or you can have also a weekly schedule to the responsibility team, so they can do a more proactive follow-up on the environment. So you can add multiple receivers to every schedule here. And there you see, again, an overview of all the schedules that are there. What's the recurrence? What are the receivers? When it will run next? And when the last run was. You can also see if it's running at the moment or if it's finished. So if you remember from the beginning of my talk, I said Avenue, it could take 40 minutes, 2 hours before completion. We have improved on that. It's 2 seconds now, so little improvement. And you can also download the latest copy of the report for future reference. Okay, so you know how you can create a report in the tool, but how does it look like? We have a few available pages that you can easily select. So the first page, that is mandatory. You have your company logo there. The title and subtitle will be listed as well. And you have the report period for which the report is generated. Also, when the report is generated is added here. So that's also something that can be useful if you save those reports for future references. All the next pages are optional. So here you can see that was an example from our old tool. This is how it looks now. Then you have your table of contents. Everything can be in your company fonts, so you can just add your custom fonts in there. You can add your custom company color schemes that will be applied in the complete report. And you will see your selected pages. So every page you selected with the checkboxes will be listed here, and it's a uniform table of content. So depending on whatever you select, it will always be in the same order. So it's uniform for your customers. If you give them monthly reports, they know the style, and it will be the same for everyone. And here, of course, you have your hierarchy using the paragraphs and the subparagraph sections for your graphs. Everything is also clickable, so you can just click on any item and you go towards that. So again, difference between the old one and the new one. Then the next page is your host inventory overview. Again, you see your host names, you see the interfaces, and a little color scheme, because managers love to have colors, right? And then you have the templates which are linked towards your host, so you can have a high-level overview of what is getting monitored for that particular host. You also have the option to add a page with the active problems at the moment of generation. There you can see, again, your host for which is applicable, the problem which is fetched via the API, the severity, and how long that problem is already open. You can also see if it's acknowledged, yes or no. So yeah, we have a lot of open issues, it seems. Then you have a similar page, but that are the alerts that happened in the time frame of your report. So again, the same host name, description, and the severity, and the occurrence. So how many times that particular trigger happened in the period of your report. It looks kind of similar like it was in Avenue. The only difference is it works. We have the correct occurrences, which is very important, of course. You can also sort that with the sort option in the GUI. You can say, okay, I want to sort on severity first and then occurrence, or on the host name. That can just easily select it from the GUI. And then the graph pages. Again, for our managers who love to have some graphs inside the reports, there we have it. Again, with a paragraph and subparagraph for your titles and your hierarchy. If you added a comment or a description, it will be on top of your graph. And if you added SLA, it will be under the graph, and also all the other graphs that are selected in your report will be visible here. And then last but not least, we have the SLA. There is an option to add a dedicated SLA page to your report, where every SLA that is configured for that particular customer will be listed there. So we have the name that is agreed upon, you have the configured SLA, and the one that is calculated from Zabbix itself. And you have a nice colored status. So yeah, everything is compliant, so we did a good job. Then there is only one thing for me to left to say. Is thank you for your attention. If you want to know more, my socials are here, so feel free to reach out or come see me if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from the audience, I think.
Yes, thank you, Nick. There's a question. What programming language was used behind the web UI doing actual report generation?
It's all written in PHP. So it's based on a Laravel framework. So everything is PHP driven.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
And now for something completely different. Next up, we will turn from customizations and AI to how to monitor things. We'll talk about monitoring MariaDB clusters and MariaDB MaxScale with Zabbix. And to talk about this, I will invite Anders Karlsson, Principal Sales Engineer from MariaDB, Sweden. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, Riga. How are you all doing? Doing okay? Good. Before I start, I have to say that I'm not a monitoring person. I'm a database person. I don't know if you read my resume. I actually have more than 40 years of relational databases. When I joined the database business, the first company I worked for was Oracle. And someone might shiver about that, but I was a day when Oracle had something like 500 employees worldwide. So that was a long, long time ago. That was Oracle version 4, which was actually the first, at least somewhat usable version. If you think Oracle version 4 was the 4th version, you're wrong, because there never was a version 1. The first version was 2. The next version 3 was basically a rewrite in C, and then they decided to make it usable, and that was version 4. So, what am I here to talk about? I'm here to talk about MariaDB, which is the company I work for right now, some of the products we have, and I'm going to talk about how to monitor and work with that with Zabbix. Now, before I start, remember, I'm a database guy. I'm not a Zabbix expert, right? So don't expect any Zabbix wizardry being from me here, right? I'm just going to talk about these things as far as I know them, and I've tried to apply Zabbix to MariaDB and MaxScale in particular, and hope that's going to be useful for you guys. So, I got an agenda. What am I going to talk about? I'm going to introduce myself so you know who I am. I already started doing that. Then I'm going to talk about MariaDB Galera cluster. Some of you might be using it, but there are a couple of things to that is interesting. And if you are using it, there's some things I can say about it. If you're not using it, there might be some use for you there. Then I'm going to talk about MariaDB MaxScale. MariaDB MaxScale is a database proxy for use with MariaDB, so that needs to be explained. I'm going to say a few words about using MariaDB and MariaDB MaxScale as a repository for your own Zabbix setup. And I'm going to do that and following up with a demo later on. Now, this demo is kind of scary. I hope it works fine, because I've set up a Galera cluster. I also have a separate cluster for Zabbix itself, and I got Zabbix running, and I got 2 MaxScales, one for Zabbix and one to monitor. So that's something like 7 virtual machines running on my laptop right now. So I hope all this holds together. I do have some issues with that setup, but the demo is going to work fine anyway. And we're going to talk about how to configure that. I'm going to do demo. There are some conclusions, and hopefully there are some questions and some answers. So, an introduction. Who am I? Well, I'm a principal sales engineer here at MariaDB. I've been a sales engineer most part of my career, which I said is like more than 40 years. And some of you might not like the term sales in my title, but I'm pretty salesy, but I'm also kind of technical. I do both. How many of you are running MariaDB? There you are. You can run the command show authors, and at the top of that list, I'm actually there somewhere. I'm proud of that. I've been working with the relational databases for a long, long time for a whole bunch of different companies. Oracle, MySQL, times 10, MariaDB, and a bunch more that I don't want to mention, with different jobs, but mostly as a sales engineer. But I've been a consultant, I've been in support, I've been a database architect for a while, and doing all sorts of stuff. When I'm not engaged with databases, I try to spend time with my kids. These are my two twins here. They're a bit older now. They're 11. They turned 12 in a month. And some special interest that I spend time with is, well, I got a great interest in old computers, old software, old hardware, all of that kind of stuff, ancient technology in general. If you want to talk to me, feel free to do that, but do that after I stop talking. If you start me talking about old computers, I basically will not stop, and you will not learn anything about MariaDB, Galera cluster, or MaxScale, or any of that, which is why I came here. So don't tempt me now. As for MariaDB, who are we as a company? Well, you probably know us as like the open source community MariaDB database that's been around for a while, basically since, well, Monty didn't want to be hired by Oracle and left to start his own company, and that sort of turned into MariaDB eventually. I was there all the time, actually. I was at MyScale. I joined MyScale more than 20 years ago. I was there for quite a while, and then I did something else for a couple of years, and then I went back and worked for MariaDB. So I've been with MariaDB for 12 years by now. And been through all of these products. So what is MariaDB Enterprise Server? Well, it builds on MariaDB Community Server, but with some enterprise features such as like enhanced auditing, slightly better backup, some high availability features and stuff like that. There's long-term support included. Then we got MariaDB MaxScale. MaxScale is our own product. Is MaxScale open source? You might ask yourself that because I'm amongst open source friends here, right? And I would say maybe, maybe not. Depends on how you look at it. MariaDB MaxScale is licensed under a business source license, which is like a halfway house between a commercial license and an open source license. It's kind of restrictive, but it's also time-bombed, which means that after 4 years with BSL, BSL turns into GPL. So there are GPL versions of MaxScale out there, but they're like 4-ish years old, right? If you want the newest one, you need the license, and you get that from us. But in any case, even if it's BSL or GPL, the source code is there and it's open, right? So anyone can read and work with the code. We also develop MariaDB connectors. I wanted to mention that because they are somewhat different than what you get from Oracle/MyScale, in particular in terms of licensing. All our connectors are LGPL licensed. I don't know if everybody understands the significance of that, but it is semi-significant. And we also develop a bunch of tools for managing MariaDB databases. But I want to skip past that and get into the meat of what we're going to talk about. Is there anyone in the room running Galera cluster? I think so. Yeah, there are a few hands there. Good, good. Running Galera cluster. Galera is a synchronously replicated cluster solution, right? It's somewhat different from when you're using MariaDB in a straightforward, classic, replicated manner. But it's not only difference in terms of the replication being synchronous. MariaDB Galera is much more than just like synchronously replicated MariaDB, right? It adds features like split brain detection, conflict detection and resolution, automatic node provisioning and stuff like that. It's a pretty cool solution. It's very efficient. It's very fast. The focus on this thing is high availability, right? If you think this is going to give you more servers, which means we can have multi-master and read scalability, actually, you're not going to get that. You get it somewhat, but not a lot of it. The main focus it is high availability and scalability for reads, right? That's the big thing with MariaDB Galera cluster. So in summary, because I don't want to spend too much time on all this supporting these technologies, I want to get into like Zabbix eventually. So in summary, what are the good things with MariaDB Galera cluster? Well, it uses the inbound InnoDB engine. Any kind of optimizations and how things work and the data types you can use and all of that stuff, that is the same whether you're running Galera or not. Read scalability is there, and you can query any data on any node. It's synchronously replicated, so you can run any query on any node. The data is synchronously updated across the nodes. So So that is fine. But the data is on all nodes and replicated to all nodes. That's also negative, right? It means that the more nodes I have, the more stuff I need to write. There's just like no escaping it. And this is what limits write scalability, right? There's no way out of it. And I must replicate all data to all nodes. And I need to do that in a synchronous way to all the nodes, right? And like a write operation on one node is not committed until it's been replicated to all the other nodes in the cluster. So the read scalability is there somewhat. Typically what you say is that the write scalability, if you're lucky, and you balance your write really well across the cluster, you can achieve something like 1.5 to 2 times the write performance of a single node in a cluster like that. But that's about it. After that, it won't scale much more, right? And we know that. Galera themselves admit that this is the case. And there's an issue with Galera, that is that if you have very large databases, now we're talking about multi-terabyte databases. Let's say, I mean, I've got customers with like 10 terabyte Galera databases that work. On the other hand, those are customers with 1 terabyte of RAM. They are customers with like the fastest networking money can buy, the fastest hard disks that money can buy, and machines that cost like millions of dollars each, right? But then you can have really large databases. For like normal size hardware that all of us use, I would see that somewhere along the lines of half to 1 terabyte is when you want to get careful with your Galera and what you do with it. I can talk separately about why this is so. So, MariaDB MaxScale, that's a bit more exciting. So MariaDB MaxScale is a transparent database proxy. It's tucked in between the servers that you see down there and the users. It is transparent in the sense that it uses the same protocol, the same SQL syntax, the same everything on both sides of the equation, right? So you don't need to change the like MariaDB connector. You don't need to change anything on the server side. There's nothing to add and nothing to change. You can just tuck in MariaDB MaxScale in between. You listen to MaxScale, and MaxScale will distribute the load for you. So it's completely transparent. The main use for MariaDB MaxScale is to achieve high availability and to achieve a level of read scalability, right? That's what MaxScale is there for, right? But it does do a bunch of other cool things, like streaming. Like you want to get Kafka stream out of your MariaDB stuff. Well, MaxScale is what you want. You want to get a Kafka streamed into. Well, it can deal with that one too. And a bunch of things like that it does, right? Data masking, streaming, logging, all sorts of stuff. There's something like around 50 different plugins that MaxScale comes with that does all sorts of weird and wonderful things to your IT environment. MariaDB MaxScale is written in C and C++. Regrettably, most of it these days is converted to C++. Not that I mind C++, but I happen to be born with C. I got more than, it's actually around 50 plus years with C now. So I'm pretty sad to see it go away, but there you go, that's life. I learned to code in C on the PDP 1170, running Unix version 6 in the early 1980s. Old-time stuff. Right. For high availability, MariaDB MaxScale is there and, to implement high availability. But MariaDB MaxScale is also highly available in and of itself. You can have multiple MaxScale. It's basically a stateless box in between like your application and your server. It's stateless. It can synchronize its configuration between multiple instances. It comes with a GUI and an API and the CLI that can all do the same thing. It can modify the configuration, and you can modify the configuration without having to restart MaxScale. You can add, remove servers, take servers out of operation, change the configuration. All sorts of stuff can be done live. You can take nodes out of operation into drain mode or whatever, all sorts of stuff. For read scaling, and this illustration is using a traditional replicated setup with one primer and a couple of replicas. The situation is similar if you're running with Galera. Typically with Galera, you do a read-write split, and we only write to one of the nodes in the cluster. There are some reasons why we do that even with Galera, even though Galera is multi-master. And I can talk about that separately afterwards. If someone wants to, just approach me and we can talk about that. All of these protocols and filters and stuff like that you see here are actually plugins to MariaDB MaxScale. MaxScale is very reliant on plugins. It basically will not work without plugins. And there are loads of different plugins to use, and everything is a plugin. It's very configurable. And one thing with the plugins in MaxScale is that MaxScale actually knows about these plugins. So it's not like you need to sort of like download them separately or know where they're at. You basically just configure them in MaxScale, and MaxScale knows where to find them and will sort of like run them, right? But there are a whole bunch of them doing different things like. So request comes in, there's a protocol, typically that's a MariaDB protocol, right? MariaDB client protocol, that's what most people use, but there's actually a NoSQL protocol. There are some other protocols being developed as we speak. We go through a couple of filters. There's a router that determines where traffic should go. Is it the read? Go to one of the replicas. Is it the write? Goes to the primary server. It does this routing based on information about the server that's collected by the monitor that puts the service state in a global in-memory thing for the router to read. So that's how we do read scaling. Looking at failover, and this is failover with a classic replicated setup. MaxScale knows how to deal with that. So MaxScale can basically, if the primary node fails, MaxScale can take that one out of operation, promote the replica to a master, redirect replication from the other nodes, and keep going. If you have a Galera cluster, MaxScale can do this too, but obviously there's no promotion going on because with Galera, all the nodes are write possible. You just redirect writes to another node and you're all set. But the process is different, but the effect for the user is basically similar. It can sort of like move things around like this. This one needs to be configured. This one doesn't work out of the box, but there's some configuration to do because this requires some extra work, as everyone can understand. Okay? Right. So, getting closer to MaxScale, or getting closer to Zabbix and further away from MariaDB. I'm just going to say a few words about MaxScale with Zabbix. If you want to use MariaDB as your repository for Zabbix and you want that to be a highly available repository, well, you can actually, as I'm doing here, we work with two nodes. We use replication. If one of them then should fail, MaxScale will fail over to the other. Even if both nodes are up and running, one is the primary, one is the replica, reads will go to the replica, so I get some extra read performance for Zabbix here. This works out of the box. This is what actually exactly what I got to demo here. So as you can see, there are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's actually 8 virtual machines running on my laptop right now to support all this. If you're running Oracle, try running 5 instances of Oracle on your laptop. It will struggle with 1. Nothing wrong with Oracle, but I'm just telling you how it is. Okay, so MaxScale with replication with MariaDB will work fine as a repository for Zabbix, right? We use the usual kind of monitoring here, right? So all the MaxScale nodes, or all the MariaDB server nodes are monitored by the agent. I'm using agent 2 in my example. I'm using HTTP to monitor the MaxScale servers. I'm going to tell you why in just a few seconds. So, now we're getting to what we really want to talk about. And before we get there, oh God, can I just talk about Zabbix? Can't you get there to the point? It was Zabbix you want to talk about. Why are you talking about all this MariaDB stuff? I'm getting there. Bear with me, right? So if you have a cluster environment, there's some things you need to watch out for. And when I look at monitoring, what monitoring people look at, they tend to focus on servers, right? Which is fine for most things. But when you got a cluster of servers, you also need to look at the cluster as a whole. If I got a 3-node Galera cluster, and one of those servers fails, from a server point of view, that's a disaster. The server is down. From a cluster point of view, it's something that you want to fix, but you might not need to do it right now because the cluster still works, right? So you want to look at the whole thing. The state of the cluster isn't necessarily the same thing as the sum or the least of the state of all the involved servers, right? And there's stuff that you want to monitor and work with that deals with the interaction between servers. For those of you running MariaDB Galera cluster, are you making sure that you don't have too many flow control events? Are you looking at, if you're running replication, are you like keeping track of like replication lag and stuff like that? There are things you want to look at that has to do with the cluster itself and not to do with how the cluster is exposed to the other environment, right? Stuff to view, stuff to work with, like not necessarily relevant for single server or like for anyone outside the cluster itself, but relevant for the cluster itself. And of course, if you're using a cluster or a load balancer to manage things, you want to make sure that the load balancers are working too, right? If you have two of them, one for failover and the one you want to failover fails, you want to know that so you can fix it so when the first one fails, you don't stand there and don't have any at all, right? So you want to monitor and keep track of those things also. So monitoring MaxScale with Zabbix. We're lucky, right? We can use REST JSON, and there's a very good REST JSON API for MariaDB MaxScale. It's good because it follows established standards, right? So basically, you can use HTTP monitoring, an HTTP agent, as it's called in Zabbix, out of the box, right? With basic authentication, and you will get the data from MaxScale. And MaxScale monitors a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff coming out of MaxScale that you can monitor. I'm not going to look at all of this stuff, right? Now, there is no MaxScale monitoring template included out of the box with Zabbix, but that's fine. There are a bunch of them out there. Most of them, though, use one of the command line interfaces to use with an agent. I prefer to use the REST API. I think that is more cool. And this is one of the few MaxScale templates out there that does just that. So this is the one that I typically use. What we're going to do here, though, is look at how you can set up your own monitoring of this thing. We're going to look at a couple of examples and stuff like that, some custom monitoring. But the cool thing with that, and the cool thing with MaxScale is that MaxScale can monitor so much stuff, and it can manage multiple clusters, for example. You have filters and all sorts of stuff, and all the data on that is actually available through the REST API. So you can discover your cluster by just going to MaxScale. You don't need to go to individual servers. Discovering, let's say, a cluster of replicated MariaDB servers, well, you need to go to individual servers and figure out who is replicating where. With MaxScale, you don't need to do that. You just go to MaxScale, and MaxScale resolves all those conflicts for you. So, now we're getting technical, somewhat technical, right? To be able to use Zabbix to monitor MariaDB MaxScale out of the box, right, using the REST API, HTTP API, REST JSON, we need to set up a couple of things. Most of this is pretty cool. This is like standard MaxScale configuration. The parameter to watch for is the last one, admin secure GUI. That one is by default true, and that is the security thing. And if that is set to true, which is the default, you require all those SSL certificates and all of that stuff, which security experts want. Like, I don't hope there are any security experts in this room, which means I can safely go ahead and set that one to false and ignore setting up SSL certificates and all of that stuff, which is simple. It only takes a week or so to do. So that's a basic thing. We all know how it goes with SSL certificates, right? So That's basic what you need to do, and then, I'm sorry, but now at this point, when you configure these things, you need to restart MaxScale, right? Sorry. Well, once that is up and going, things are actually kind of simple, right? This is basically the macros that are used by the template we looked at before, but it's also the same macros that I use to connect to MariaDB MaxScale to get the data through the REST-JSON API. We need a port, we need a host name, we need a username, and we need a password, right? Because we're the unsecure guys, we're ignoring SSL certificates and all of that crap, so fair enough. So this is basically all we need, and I'm going to use this later on in my... Then we want to set up some items, right? And this is kind of basic stuff, right? This particular item that I'm setting up here is going to be the base item for some stuff. So if you look at the URL up there, it's kind of nothing surprising about that, except that, oh, I've hard-coded the port, right? That was bad on me. But it's the /servers, right? This will give me all the data on all the servers that MaxScale knows about, right? And to get this from MaxScale, well, this is the URL I need. It's the only thing missing that you don't see on this slide, because it's at the bottom of this page, is that there's basic HTTP authentication, and we insert the macros for username and password. That's about it. We got the data. This will just get us a huge JSON blob, though, not much useful for monitoring, but it's a good point for monitoring other things. You can get all sorts of stuff on your servers from that, right? Now, I've also created a separate template. I'm just going to show you that because this is something I'm doing, right? But this is basically an idea of like monitoring Galera. Now, for doing Galera is monitored by MaxScale. And what I wanted to do when I started off doing this was like have auto-discovery of the clusters, and then I wanted to have auto-discovery of the nodes within the cluster, which meant I needed to have two-level auto-discovery. And I couldn't figure out how to get that work, so instead I'm just like putting in the name of the cluster in the other. It's probably me not being good enough with Zabbix. So what are we doing here? Well, here's an item prototypes that we're doing, right? This guy is basically just using the cluster. I'm getting some data from the cluster. And note here, the cluster is collecting information and collecting statistics beyond what it needs to do its routing. So here we're getting the number of reads and the number of writes, right? Which is somewhat the sum of all the reads and writes across all the servers, but not necessarily so, right? And this is what MaxScale sees, and the number of reads it puts forward to the replicas that are then distributed across the replicas. That's what we're doing, right? So we're getting data from MaxScale for cluster-wide operations, right? This is nothing exciting. I'm going to skip past it. You've done this yourself a gazillion times because you're experts on Zabbix. For me, it took like 5 days to get to that point. You would do it in 3 seconds, but hey, that's it. I'm just going to show you a couple of graphs, right? The graphs themselves are obviously completely unexciting. The only thing I want to talk about in these graphs is that, again, they are a reflection of cluster-wide operation. Now we're not looking at server by server stuff. Now we're looking at the cluster itself and the cluster as a whole, which is the cool aspect. And as I said, none of the template for MariaDB MaxScale that I've seen actually does that, which is kind of silly. From a database perspective, I wouldn't see like what's going on in the cluster as a whole. Individual nodes are fine to dig into that, but I also want to see the cluster as a whole. How are my read and write splits going? How much reads and writes am I seeing in the cluster? Really exciting. As someone said, like, yeah, if there are managers in the room, this slide is for you. The rest of you can ignore this stuff. Yeah, okay. Haven't gotten there. Do we have time for a demo? How are we doing on time?
We have some time.
Good? So, yeah, this looks good. Okay, fair enough. So there are a couple of things to look at here. This is actually a live system. It's actually doing some work right now. We'll see in the reads and writes per time unit there. That's the total reads and writes to the left with those horrible red colors, right? Why is the cluster down despite it's working? Well, because I'm running eight nodes on this poor laptop, and it sort of like loses track of itself now and then. So it thinks it's down when it's actually not. The only widget I want to talk about here is that actually guy that says up right now. That is a widget that is a calculation. And this is particular cluster-wide stuff, right? There's a calculation that goes on in the background based on some values. And the calculation gives me 3 different values, 0, 1, or 2. 2 means the cluster is up and running, everything is fine. 0 means the cluster is completely down, nothing can go down, you can't insert or select or anything like that. And 1, which is degraded, means that, well, the cluster is still working, but something is amiss, right? One of the servers is not doing what it should, so you're better off fixing that, right? Make sense? So let's see what happens when I look at MariaDB MaxScale. We did say that one had GUI too. So this is what MaxScale looks like. A similar kind of data. It tells you a lot of information here. As I said, everything you see in this GUI and everything that can be done with this GUI, until you ask, is available through the API and through the command line interface. You don't have to use a GUI, right? Good stuff. It's all built on one REST JSON API, right? It's all exploring that one, right? So that's how it works. The nice thing with this GUI and with this tool is that we can modify things, as I said, as we go along. This is a live running cluster. I got a thing running in the background, inserting and selecting some data, right? We saw that. So as we can look at the server here, right? Here's our server 2. It's the master. I'm not going to look at that. Well, it's currently the master. Now I'm going to do this. I'm going to look at the parameters. There's a value here that's, whoops, sorry, I need to edit that one. Whoops. There we go. I want to edit. There's a value here that says priority. I typically recommend people to always set priority in MaxScale for the servers, even though it's not strictly necessary. MaxScale will resolve a priority by itself, but it's better we do it ourselves and prepare for doing that, right? And MaxScale will pick the server with the lowest priority as the master in the cluster. But we just determined that we want to take that puppy out of operation. We're going to do something with it, right? So we want another server to take priority. Right now, the servers have priority 2, 4, and 6. So we changed this guy and put it to 8 instead. And before I click done editing, you see that it says state is master, synced, running, blah, 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 right? So we go there, we confirm, and we go back to this guy, and we see it will say we'll get another master eventually. MaxScale also goes around and changes monitoring. I don't know why that was so slow. Odd. You should change that. Oh. Odd. Did I not change that? Oh, I set it to 4. Let's put it to 10 instead, and We're done editing. And whoops, there we go. Now we got another master in the cluster, right? No big deal. Whilst we were doing this, our application in the background was happily inserting data transparently. It didn't see anything of the changes that we did here, right? Now, let's say I want to take a node out of operation. One of the read nodes that I'm reading from, one of the replicas, the way MaxScale think it is, I'm going to fix that. I'm going to upgrade the hardware or whatever, right? So let's go into one of those nodes and take this one. This is a replica. I go to this guy up here, and I say I want to drain it, which basically means that if we go back to this guy, eventually we're going to see that the number of connections to the one being drained, that's draining the one in the middle, the number of connections is going to go down to 0 eventually, right? And then we can fix it. Again, no effects on the users, completely transparent, and all of that stuff. All this is pretty neat, right? And just for you, the last part of my demo, my piece de resistance, like, hey, you're monitoring guys, you know, you love diagrams, you know, network diagrams and stuff like that. So let's see what the cluster looks like that we're running on. This is what it looks like. How much did I spend on this? None, actually. MaxScale generates this nice graph all by itself. So there's the monitor down there that monitors my 3 servers. There's a router service that does the job. These are my 3 servers. And there's a listener. It listens to 3306, blah, blah, blah. All of that stuff. Are we about to run out of time?
We got a couple of minutes.
Okay. Let me show you one more thing, or nah, let's not do that. Let's take questions instead. We've had enough of, I can do the conclusions, I should do that. I just want to conclude what I'm doing, right? So this thing, right? So what is MariaDB cluster? We talked about that. I talked a lot about Galera cluster. It's really powerful, high availability solution. If you want to run high availability with MariaDB, Galera cluster is what you want to use. MaxScale, you don't want to run Galera cluster without MaxScale. It's just this, right? When you're monitoring, which is what we're talking about here, REST JSON is the way to go. If you ask me, I think the Zabbix agent should be able to run HTTP, right? I don't know why it can't. Why I have to run HTTP from the Zabbix server? Don't ask me. I think that is stupid. But I'm here at the quarters of Zabbix, so I'm not going to say more about that if I say something bad, right? Zabbix can use MariaDB and MaxScale for discovery, and you can use MariaDB, a highly available MariaDB setup with MaxScale as a repository for Zabbix. Cool. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Anders. We do have a couple of questions.
Sure, shoot.
Yep, thank you.
Are they about old computers?
We'll see.
So first one is about Percona, a product called ExtraDB.
Yep.
How would you compare this to Percona ExtraDB?
ExtraDB is comparable to InnoDB, I would say. Which one is the better one? I mean, they're all based on the same code base written by Heikki Turi about 25 years ago. I was once in a conference with Monty in the room, and this was like nearly 20 years ago. And I was asked by the then CEO of MySQL which one was the best storage engine. And I had no problems with saying that. I think MaxScale, I think InnoDB is the best storage engine. And Monty got somewhat upset and started arguing with me. And basically our CEO said, shut up, Monty, let's hear what Anders has to say. Let's keep that amongst ourselves. Don't tell the story to Monty because he likely don't want to remember it. I think both of them are fine. They're like They both serve similar purposes. If you want support for Galera, when we get to that, because Galera can in principle be applied to ExtraDB, but the problematic aspect is that the only one who provides official support from ground up for Galera is us. You can get MySQL to run with Galera, but that's provided by Galera themselves, and they can give you support on Galera, but not on MaxScale. And if you go, and not on MySQL itself. And if you go to Oracle, they will support MySQL, but not the Galera part, but we can support both. So I would say that's the major difference.
Okay, thank you. Makes sense. And another one is about the problems that you might meet if you do a lot of writes and they're resulting in a lot of logs on the tables. So how is it different when you use just one instance or you use this?
That will not affect you at all, actually, because Galera doesn't use distributed locking. It uses optimistic locking, which is really smart, right? That gives us a number of advantages and one disadvantage. The disadvantage of that is that the application might get an error because we failed certification, right? Because commits and sync happens at time of commit. So if you have a transaction and you do a commit, you can get an error. Usually you don't, but with Galera you can if you write to multiple nodes. So that's like the disadvantage. The advantage of this is that, well, during the transaction, any locking is local. There are no distributed locking going on, so that doesn't change. And secondly, distributed locking is a major issue network-wise, right? If for every operation, for every write you do, you need to issue a request to do locking across a network. That's like, that can create issues, more issues. And it's also a latency issue, right? With all this distributed and locking going on, in particular if you have long distances. Try something like Oracle in a distributed environment where they use distributed locking, right? Can you place two of those servers in two different data centers? You cannot. Can you do that with Galera? You bet you can. You bet you can. You can build distributed clusters with Galera because of this, right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Yep.
Thanks very
Good.
much. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Anders.
Thank you.
Great presentation. Feel free to catch Anders around here and ask him some questions about MariaDB or MaxScale or whatever else we discussed during this presentation, and probably also topics outside of it related to MariaDB, database engines, and things like that. Next up, before we have a coffee break, we have a tradition where we take a picture of our audience to share on social networks, simply to preserve the great memory of this year's Zabbix Summit. So I'll ask you guys, maybe you have those small cloud plushies, toys, whatever they are, on your table. So if you could take them, lift your hands up. If you don't have them, then maybe you have something Zabbixy, a notebook, a leaflet, or whatever. And I'll ask our photographer on the stage, or where are you going to? Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, yeah. So tell me when you're ready.
Come closer. Come that side can come closer.
So should they get up?
No, it's okay.
Okay, okay, okay.
Just you know, the last one.
Just move a bit to more center. Yeah, move to the center a bit, and we should be good. All right, I'm also apparently supposed to go. Sure, why not? Feel free to lift your hands up, guys. You should have those small cloud things. Zabbix Summit 2024, guys. Thank you, guys. And
Hello, my name is Christine Lambert. I'm the head of training department here at Zabbix, and today's live stream is on. Here we have Martin Gomez-Dornel from Alenta from Spain. And you have been a Zabbix partner for 12 years now, and that's quite a long time. In your opinion, how has the monitoring world changed over this time, and how has the tool itself changed?
Well, the market has changed a lot. Like 12 years ago, clients would demand us probably to be reactive to what's happened. So the main concern would be to be notified immediately when something was happening within their IT environment. But right now, that has totally changed. Like people want to be on top of the problems before they actually happen. They can be able to predict what's going to happen instead of just being reactive. So I think it's great that Zabbix has taken that from the market. It has really evolved. Kind of right now, for example, we can use dynamic threshold. We can use machine learning to learn about our past metrics and see how can implement that too into correlation or dynamic threshold so that we actually anticipate those problems and raise an alert before they're actually happening, right? Because none of us would like to be explaining why something happened. Rather, we prefer to prevent it, and that's where Zabbix really helps all our clients.
Okay, that's great, and actually that aligns with the Zabbix vision as such, helping to make the world a better place with the tools. And in your experience, maybe which industries you feel could benefit the most from Zabbix and the monitoring itself?
Well, I don't think there's a specific industry. Temptation would be probably to talk about telecommunication, for example, because they have tons of equipment and it's a perfect place for this. But we have clients across all different markets, all different industries. So we have retail companies that are working with it. We have media companies working with it. We have telecom. We have public administration. So I would say every company that has something that is key to their business, no matter if it's even IT or OT, if you have something that needs to be up for your business to keep running, then Zabbix is a great tool to help you with that.
Great. And you as Alenta, as a representative of Alenta, and I already mentioned you have been around for 12 years, and that's quite a while. So what services do you provide to your customers, and where are they located most?
The services we provide are mainly in three different areas. So we provide what we call engineering projects, and this is times where a client define a specific scope, task, and deliverables. Typically here we're talking about companies who are willing to deploy Zabbix, so we design and implement that Zabbix for them, or who are willing to migrate from a different older tool to what Zabbix capabilities can have now. But after that project, maybe typically that is not enough. Kind of, okay, the system, the Zabbix is working, but you gotta keep going, right? So we offer a subscription model where we offer Zabbix support, official support, of course, because as you mentioned, we've been a partner. We are currently the unique premium partner and training center in Spain. But on top of that, we provide consultancy services and proactive maintenance. So our goal is that your client teams, the IT team needs to be worrying about their own environment, their business, and we take care about the monitoring platform. That's what we do. Last but not least, I mentioned we are the only training center in Spain, so we provide all trainings in Spanish, and that's really helpful. When we typically have smaller companies, I would say, okay, let's do the project and then send me your team so we can train them and they can keep it up with the maintenance support for their own internal companies.
Okay, so from what I heard, do you have like something installed for all sizes of companies, no matter how big or small they are, right?
Yes, absolutely. Many of our clients are on the corporate size, but then we also have some small business, and it's a different approach. When you have a huge client, typically they will know specifically what they know, and we will provide them help on an ongoing basis. Now, if it is a small company or if it's low in budget, our advice always is try to invest in the initial deployment, because one, the system is properly designed, you have the proper architecture, then it's solid, it's going to be solid rock, and you're going to be able to keep it out in the future. So if our small companies in that situation, then we provide training. And even though, Zabbix is great for being open source and for having a community, so even if they cannot take the training, there's always enough information and everything to keep it up. But having a great design in the beginning and having it properly done, that implementation is key. So my advice to smaller companies is invest into that one and then learn how to keep it up.
Thank you, Martin, for this conversation, and I believe that Spain is really in a good hands in terms of Zabbix community. And if we are talking about Zabbix community, one of the greatest things that we have is that these people who come together to create something for the benefit of Zabbix itself. And the next person I want to interview in this matter is Patrick Uterhoeven, and he is the man behind the Zabbix community book. So, Patrick, you have huge experience with Zabbix. You started to work with Zabbix a long, long time ago. Can you tell us a little bit the journey you have had and how you started it?
Yes, of course. I think it's like 11 years or more that I started to work for the company Open Future. And actually, one of the persons left the company when I came to the company, and that was a guy who was involved with Zabbix. So they asked me if I was interested in picking up his work and continue with Zabbix, and then also become a trainer. So that's when I said, of course, I'm interested in monitoring. And I didn't hear about Zabbix before, so for me it was all new. So at that time I worked myself into Zabbix, and then I came to Riga to become a trainer for Zabbix.
Yes, and you have been a trainer for more than 10 years, so you have all the experience around the tool, you know it so well. And for a person with such a great experience around Zabbix, what is, in your opinion, maybe the best feature about 7.0?
Are we talking about like one of the latest features that became that came into 7, or are we talking about like the best feature that is in 7 that is already maybe available for several years? Or
I think you can choose one of each.
Okay. When we're talking about the best feature in Zabbix, I think low-level discovery, because it's so flexible, it makes it so powerful. If we're talking about one of the latest features that came into 7, I think the optimizations that were done, because now it's so easy to monitor. Before you had to wait before items were synchronized with the cache, and now it's like almost instantly, so you can directly see what you are monitoring.
And today we will hear your speech about the community book about Zabbix. So how did you came up about the idea to create such a book?
Actually, I already wrote a few books, but it was with PackPub, and I was like, yeah, you're writing a book, it takes a lot of time, you have to invest a lot of time for it, and in the end, it's like the publisher gets the best part of it. And I was like, why do I still have to invest my time if it's not really something that returns to me? And to be honest, I never did it for the money, because you don't get rich from a book. It's more something that you want to do for a status. And I was like, okay, I still want to write a book, but I don't want to involve a publisher. And I was like, why not do it like Zabbix? Zabbix is open source. I work for an open source company. I really like the idea of open source. So for me, it was like, okay, why not try to write a book that is open source? So that's the idea behind it.
That is a great idea. We love to hear that as an open source company. And the last question for you, what would be the main takeaway from your speech today?
That as a community, you can probably reach far. You don't always have to do things by yourself. Just like Zabbix, you see it's evolving a lot over time. So as open source, you can become very strong in what you want to accomplish. And I think that is the idea that you need to keep in mind, that even you do things alone, you're not always alone. If you have a great idea and you can communicate it to the people, then maybe you will find some minds that have the same idea, and that will help you.
Okay, thank you for this interview, Patrick, and I will see you around. The main thing about this is that it is truly the spirit of open source and the community that we have around here, so I'm really looking forward to read this book that we all come up together with. And now we have a colleague of mine, Ronald Schultz, here. He is head of sales here at Zabbix. And the question for you, what do you think is the thing that our customers value the most about Zabbix Summit?
Hi, Christine. Zabbix Summit is a wonderful annual event where all the experienced Zabbix users, partners gather around. And I do believe that the speeches that are provided, they are very knowledgeable and intellectual, and you can learn a lot from those. But nevertheless, the networking part in the evenings, that's just amazing. And that's the real time when everybody can shine and smile and have a friendly chat with each other and exchange the actual knowledge that they have gained over the year. So, yeah.
That's amazing to hear that sales guys can actually have some fun as well. And so for you as a salesperson, as a head of sales in Zabbix, what has been the most popular maybe service that we have provided last year and why you think it is the case?
Well, looking from which perspective? If we're talking about revenue, then that's definitely support contracts. If we're looking from a quantity perspective, the most sold service, training. Definitely that's your part.
That is so awesome for me to hear. As you know, whenever I hear training, I start to smile and I'm happy. And in your opinion, what is the most demanded thing in our community, in the monitoring world, maybe, let's say, and how Zabbix is going to meet that demand?
According to that, to meet that demand, we have a special section on our website, which is called Roadmap. And we try to stay really on top of things, hearing out our customer needs and putting them down in Roadmap to show that we actually care about those and plan to deliver them. However, one important thing I believe is already achieved, which is Zabbix Cloud, and it's finally here. So for those users who felt like it's too much of a hassle to deploy Zabbix, to upgrade Zabbix, to maintain Zabbix, this is what we have come up with, Zabbix Cloud. It's here, it's available, and they can enjoy it.
Thank you, Ronald. It was so amazing to interview you. And talking about Zabbix Cloud, one of the things that is very important also for the cloud is that the MSPs are here and they can benefit the most out of the cloud. And here today with me, I have Andre Morton from AGM Networks. So how are you enjoying Summit so far?
The Summit's great. It's always great to see other users and vendors and how they use Zabbix, because you can bring it into how you use it then and troubleshoot it, use it to troubleshoot your own problems.
And you have been using Zabbix for quite a while. I know that because I read that in Zabbix blog. So experience for more than 10 years already. How did you came up across Zabbix and how did you actually chose this tool?
So I think I went across loads of blogs and I was looking online and there was lots of comparisons. There were a couple of other open source options. None of them quite did what Zabbix did, and Zabbix allowed me to go from just monitoring very small amounts of data and devices, just making sure they're online or offline. But then over the years, it really allowed me to scale up.
That is great to hear, and that is what we truly believe that Zabbix is capable of. And so in your experience as an MSP, why you think the Zabbix is the best tool for MSPs out there?
So for MSPs, we have a lot of tools which are called remote monitoring and management, and they're great for endpoint management. We have to do patching updates to software, to operating systems, but then we also need to monitor and maintain infrastructure, and there might be a lot of other devices, and there are a lot more things going on. You're usually limited to time intervals when you can monitor. With Zabbix, you can monitor it every second, or you can monitor it every minute. You're not limited. You're also not limited in the number of values you can store, and there's no licensing levels, so you're free to what you want to do. So you can start with one customer, and then you could go up to 100.
Okay, and just for me, maybe the one last question. Can you explain a little bit about MSP? Like, if I want to have your service, what services can I expect to receive from you?
So we specialize in networks and security, but we also do manage endpoints. But we would be able to manage the client infrastructure, everything from day-to-day backups, upgrades, onto full-on infrastructure support, maintenance, seeing where everything's running. If any of your systems are degraded, we should know in advance and be trying to stop that before any issues actually occur. So that's the range, really, of our managed services.
Okay, thank you, Andre. And this is nice to see that there are companies that are helping people who maybe can't and don't want to do it themselves, so they can rely on the services provided by others. And with that, today's interviews for this lunch is done, and we will see you in the next break. Thank you.
And welcome to the 11th Zabbix Summit. I'm going to say
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix there monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix. And of course, there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure
hey guys,
to be a
please come
partner
back
of
to the
a
main hall. We'll be
well-known
starting
monitoring
in
solution
a
around the
minute.
world.
Thank you.
Regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchanges if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part.
Okay, guys, welcome back. I can see all of you. You're still joining back in on the main stage, but we'll begin. So over here we have a QR code. If you wish to help us improve Zabbix UX and UI, we have a survey going on where we'll ask you some of the questions that pertain to different Zabbix UI and UI elements and different UX workflows, how Zabbix feels and how it looks. And this will help us improve Zabbix down the line. We know that many things can be simplified in different ways, and your feedback is very important. We'll also publish this survey in various other places, in Telegram for Zabbix Summit, and a bunch of other places. But over here, you see the QR code on the screen. Please scan it if you wish to participate. This insight gained from this survey will be extremely valuable to us, and we'll actually use it. Our UX and UI people will use it when designing upcoming Zabbix major versions. So your vote very much and your voice very much matters for us. Next up, before we begin, I'd like to mention a couple of upcoming events all across the globe. So first off, we can see on the screen Zabbix Forum Mexico in Mexico City on November 6, 2024. So once again, in all of these events, you'll be able to meet community members from various locations all across the globe, various Zabbix team members. And these events, these conferences will also include various presentations regarding different Zabbix features, use cases, case studies, both from Zabbix team members and also Zabbix community members and partners. Next up, we also, on November 21st to 22nd, we have Zabbix Conference Japan in Tokyo. So if you're nearby or if you want to visit Japan, if you want to visit Tokyo, November 21 to 22 is your chance to meet up with Zabbix Japan community. Then Zabbix Conference Italy on February 20 and 21st in, I'm not sure how to spell it, how to pronounce it, in Bologna? Bologna was the English pronunciation, in Italy. So this is nearby, even local people, if you want to talk to Italian Zabbix community, and not just that, probably European Zabbix community, this is your chance. It's probably a bit warmer there, a bit more, I guess, open, friendly, and temperamental. So you've got that to look out for. Zabbix Conference Germany in Berlin, May 14 to 15, 2024, another large conference where once again you'll be able to network with German Zabbix community and also our partners, team members, and so on. Next up, a large part of our summit is thanking to different components that make Zabbix community whole, essentially. We've thanked our partners. Now we'd like to thank our community members. And we would like to start with the translators. So we have the public translation project where everyone can contribute. And for Zabbix 7.0, we currently have 6,611 translated units. One unit equals to one word or sentence. It depends. But it's an ongoing progress, and people are contributing quite a bit. For Zabbix UI, it's 4,646 units currently. And once again, anyone can help us translate Zabbix to different languages. And next up, we'd like to thank individual top contributors for our translation project. First off, so for Japanese language, this person has translated 3,864 text strings. Nozomi Tadahira, thank you a lot for contributing to Japanese Zabbix translations. Let's have a round of applause for each of our contributors. They're valuable community members, and they actually, with their translations, help us develop the product and reach out to communities all across the globe. Next up, for Chinese, 4,134 strings translated. Zhanming Hao, thank you. So for Russian language, 2,333 strings. Konstantin Oshman, thank you. And that's just in the last 12 months. You can see that they've been contributing a lot more over time. In total, it's 4,731 strings translated. Spanish, and we have a big number over here. 21,577 strings. Vicente Salvador, thank you. I'm gonna be butchering some names over here, unfortunately. Let me apologize. Ironically, we're talking about translations, and I'm doing a very bad job right now with translating these names. Catalan, so 4,621 string in the last 12 months, and in total, 26,013 strings. Zevi Noe y Nogueras, thank you. Next up, so this is one part of our community contributions. This year, we also ask you to submit the best dashboard or extension that you could show us. Essentially, show off your Zabbix environment, show off what's unique about it. And we have gathered top 3, in our opinion, which is very subjective, but still, dashboards to show off over here. And let's see what we were able to find. And by the way, this was just within the contest. If you guys still want to submit and contribute your dashboard or your custom extension to Zabbix and just tell us a bit about your dashboards, knock centers, or custom extensions, you can always reach out to us on social networks and we'll gladly show it off. I know you guys have very amazing dashboards going on with custom widgets, custom extensions, plugins, things like that. But from what we've received so far, so the 3rd place goes to Chintaka Udakandage, and what they're showing over here on this dashboard, so it's quite a simple Zabbix dashboard, but that's what I love about it. It gets the message across. We're seeing over here SQL statistics, VM resource usage, critical service states, data store statuses, and a lot more. We have some nice graphs. We have most critical problems, uptimes, top hosts, widgets over here with various resource usages across it. So it's simple, but that's how it should be. At a glance, you can see the most vital information. For the 2nd place, this is more about the variety and also how they're using the latest widgets. Franco Cuneo, and over here on this dashboard, we actually have 3 pages for this dashboard. And what we can see over here, is various networking device usage across different floors, different ports, things like that. So networking devices mostly, but look how they're using honeycombs, they're using gauges, they're using pie charts. That's what I love about it. They've jumped on Zabbix 7.0 and used all of the latest features to get the most out of their environment. And the 1st place, 2-page dashboard with a lot going on in a very simple to view fashion. Once again, we got both the latest widgets, we got honeycombs and gauges, but we also got network maps and top hosts and single item widgets, graphs. And what we're seeing over here is we got network topology, we've got resource utilizations for temperature, CPU usages, things like that. We're seeing uptimes, upload, download speeds, and also we're seeing some Zabbix health-related statistics, values per second, and things like that. So they've fine-tuned their dashboards to see the most relevant Zabbix metrics in a custom way that works the best for them. And that's our 1st place, Abra Parcon. Thank you to all of the guys who have submitted their dashboards. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for these here contributors. So that was the community award part. Once again, if you wish to share something with us, maybe I missed out on something, dashboards and extensions is just a part of it. If you have a custom template, a case study, whatever Zabbix story you want to share with us, that's extremely valuable for us as a company and for our community. Helps us see how you are using Zabbix and where do you want to go with it. All right, now let's continue with our speeches. We will continue with a case study of sorts, a show-off of how Zabbix can be used in a security operations center. Let's welcome, we'll have 2 speakers on the stage. We'll have Gabriele Minniti, a cybersecurity expert and CEO at Y Security SRI Italy. And we will have Vincenzo Morrone, software engineer and pen tester at Y Security SRL SRL Italy. Welcome.
May I use the remote? Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. We're really happy to be here. So first of all, as said, my name is Gabriele Minniti. I am from Italy with my colleague. So basically, I do work in cybersecurity since 20 years, more or less, when even the cyber as a concept was not there yet. But this is what I do and what we do on daily basis. So in Italy, we have our security operations center. Our business is mostly based on IT operations, mid-size and enterprise companies, and we run CyberOps. So our will was to have, as I said yesterday, in a single pane of glass, in just one place, all of the useful information in order to understand what's going on. And you know that nowadays we have a lot of tools, software, and so on that we have to manage. So it's not absolutely easy to have the information we need exactly in the right time we need to have. And this is exactly what we have been working on for some years since there are Zabbix APIs, because our project is based on mostly the integrations with the APIs. So we have two different approaches. One is with a broker, so basically a piece of software is a container that we have developed, and one without any extra tool, and that's it. We will be talking in a moment, and my colleague Vincenzo will be talking about that, how we have integrated Shodan, that is a very famous online scanner, Veeam, that is a really famous and commercial backup software, Sophos, that is a cyber security vendor out there, Nozomi, that is a sensor basically able to collect and to detect cyber threat for operational technology environment. So basically SCADA, infrastructures, PLC, and so on. And we will be talking how we have integrated all of the process to manage that in VTiger. So, Vince, it's yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Gabriele, for the introduction. Let's proceed with the objective that we want to reach in our integration. The first is the global visibility, because we want to see everything in one place. We want to have a single pane of glass. We want to see everything more clear in a very single dashboard. We want to have real-time data, and we want to have an instant notification, because doing this, we can alert the team quickly in case of any cybersecurity problem. Our first integration is between Zabbix and Sophos. Sophos is one of the biggest cybersecurity vendors, and in this case, the product is the Sophos Endpoint Security Agent. Basically, a security agent is a software that you install on your device, like PC, servers, also mobile, and scan for every cybersecurity problem, and send this alert to Sophos Central Dashboard. But we want to send this data into Zabbix. Then we created this external script that basically contacts Sophos Central Web Service through API, and we get this data as JSON data. At this point, we use a Python script that processes this information and start to contact Zabbix using API. First of all, we create a template, triggers, host, and at the end, when everything is ready, we send the data using the Zabbix sender. In this slide, you can see one of monitored hosts with all of the software services, and also the item for the alert and one for the events. And doing this, we can see real-time the host status got directly from Sophos Central Web Service. This approach is very cool because it's fully automatic. We don't need any external input. Doing this, we've created more than 4,000 hosts. The only constant you need to know how to write your Python script, or if you prefer in any other programming languages. The same approach we used for Nozomi, that is a very cybersecurity tool that is very powerful because it uses a lot of artificial intelligence to make correlation between the events, and it's perfect for operational technology and industrial control system. Basically, the approach is a bit the same of the previous example, but this time we use a lot of JavaScript pre-processing because this time we send to Zabbix directly a JSON object, and using JavaScript, we can elaborate the data to convert our JSON object to human-readable data. The final product is this. It's a very simple-to-read dashboard with the vulnerabilities found by Nozomi product on our client network. As you can see, there is the vulnerabilities based on with score 10 or score 9 and the amount using this tool, Nozomi. But let's start another topic with the integration between Zabbix and Vim. Vim is one of the most famous software for backups, but this time the approach is a bit different because for this approach we don't use Vim API, but basically we have our Vim agent on our virtual machine and a PowerShell script that creates an HTML report every hour in a specific folder. On the same virtual machine, we have a Python script that elaborates this data, take this HTML report in the specific folder, extract the information, and start the same process on Zabbix to create the template, the hosts, the items, the triggers, and we send the data using the Zabbix sender. This approach is very powerful because doing this, we don't need Vim API, but we can extract information directly from HTML report. Exactly, we extract more than 35 properties, and doing this, we don't need to access to every virtual machine with Vim installed on it. Then, this is the example of one monitored Vim servers with the result, the summary of with the summary. Then, this is the final dashboard with all our client monitored backup, and in one dashboard we see the backup status, the integrity, and the consistency. And this is very easy to read because we don't need to access on every virtual machine with Vim on it. Then this is the broker approach, and Gabriele will show you the serverless approach that is completely different.
Thank you very much. I will conclude our presentation. So basically, just a few explanations about the numbers that you're seeing below. So basically, when you see the percentage, it means that probably we have some servers on our hypervisors that are not backed up. That is one of the common errors that engineers may do while they do their job. So unfortunately, especially nowadays when we are overwhelmed by tasks that have to be followed in a proper time. I mean, this is what we have discovered. And one of the reasons because we have developed this kind of approach was also to have a chance to know if something by mistake has been done, not in the proper way. This is basically the concept. Going next, so this is this. I'm gonna debrief you just a little bit about the serverless approach. The serverless approach means that we use just the API that Zabbix offers us. So we have a lot of pro. The only cons is that we cannot use automatic host creation. This is a limit we have, but we perfectly works with that. Going next, talking about one of the integrations that we have done is with Shodan. Shodan is an online network scanner. There is a free version, there is a paid version. We use the paid version in order to use APIs. Basically, this is a cool tool because it offers us the chance to know what the world, what anyone in the world knows about us, about our system. And if something bad or an error is performed, we wanna learn it as soon as possible. This is the idea that is behind. So what we have done, basically, so just try to imagine that we have all of our firewalls in Zabbix. We have all of the WAN interfaces, and then using the HTTP item, basically, taking the information from Shodan, so basically we can know, first of all, which open ports are detected by Shodan, and we can check if all of those that are detected are the right ones we expect to see, first. Second, if vulnerabilities have been discovered. So unless we don't have, let me say, a continuous vulnerability scanning in our system, or to check our data center, we can use this kind of functionality in order to check if Shodan has discovered something that we don't know. This is exactly the purpose. How we have achieved that using, as I said, the Shodan API into Zabbix and using some pre-processing. So basically we use the HTTP agent. We call the Shodan API, and then this is the final result. So basically, on the right, you can see which are the TCP ports that have been detected. So we can see if this is what we expect to see, or if there is something that shouldn't be there. And I can tell you, we discovered several times. And this is exactly how we have mitigated possible dangerous situations. And on the left, we can see if there are vulnerabilities. In this case, you don't see any vulnerabilities because we actively mitigate it. But in case of need, if a vulnerability would be detected, we would be informed immediately. This is the idea. Going next, talking about another integration about Sophos firewalls. For people that are in my age, maybe you might remember Astaro, for people who are in the market since quite long as me. So basically, what we have integrated is also we integrated all that now is called the Sophos UTM, and we are able to use the native API functionalities that we have on board on the firewalls, and then we can fetch all of the useful information that we need. Especially, I will give you two cases. One, in illegal VPN configuration. Try to imagine that you have more than 50 firewalls distributed all around the globe. How you can discover if someone, by mistake, because it was not instructed to do that, but it was believing that it was free to do that, has configured a VPN, maybe an SSL VPN. How you discover that? You don't discover unless you have something that will offer you the chance to know that a VPN has been configured. So, or if an SSH port has been left open, that is another issue for cybersecurity engineers. So, how we achieve that? So basically, we fetch from each host all of the nodes from the configuration using the native REST API that we have been given. And then, as you see, the first two lines are HTTP items. So we collect all of the information that comes from the configuration. Then using the dependent items, we extract all of the properties that we require. And then we can easily discover if an illegal VPN has been configured or not in base of the triggers, how the triggers are configured. So this is the example. We have discovered that in Australia, on a VPN that was not supposed to have there has been configured. So we have immediate notification. And this is, I can tell you, it bailed out us several times. This is another example. And last but not least, you know that in the cybersecurity business is important also the process. So how you demonstrate that how you run your own operations. So basically, you know that most of the best practice comes from ITIL, for instance, but it's not the only, let me say, framework that is used, and especially for European companies, you know that we have now a new regulation that is called NIS2. This new regulation forces all of the companies to demonstrate to have a process. What it means that we from Zabbix, we also open cases or tickets into, in our case, in vTiger. It can be whatever you like, Jira, ServiceNow, whatever is able to manage an API REST call. This is an example. So basically using the scripts, we can take from a problem, we can directly open from Zabbix, and we call to-do, that basically is a ticket. And we also have as a return the number of the ticket that has been opened. And we have, so that means from Zabbix we can also monitor the complete life cycle of the alarm management. This is, in fact, we see here in the comments, in this problem, this is another example. So basically, over there we have a WatchGuard. It's a WatchGuard active defense endpoint that is active. Okay, now it means that an endpoint has been detected as not operational, so it is possibly a threat. Then a ticket basically has been opened. Okay, someone has to follow up. And we can monitor completely the process. Here, this is an extraction about what we see in our CRM. So basically, there is a new item that has been opened in a situation, and how we have achieved that using the scripts that we have available in Zabbix. So basically, we take the macros that we have that we can take basically from the host that we have inside, all of the useful information, and then we call it. And this is exactly how we have achieved this goal. This is just an example. We have integrated in the last 6 months other technologies, but basically is how we use Zabbix also to run our CyberOps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Currently, we have no questions, but stick around. I think people might approach you to ask questions about, CyberOps security monitoring in their own environments. Thank you. Next up, we will move to a custom solution, quite a complex one. We have a long-time Zabbix fan presenting how we can create a horizontally scalable Zabbix federated observability architecture using a telemetry bus. Let's welcome on the stage Vladimir Ulogov, lead architect at Amadeus USA. Welcome.
Check.
Yeah, looks like, yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here. And what I will be talking about, it's probably not about integration of some specific solution, or not about how to make Zabbix collect some exotic data from the city buses or other very interesting sources. But I will talk about strategies that will expand the Zabbix scalability and expanding Zabbix capability itself. So what's the concept of the federated observability is? The idea is very simple. Federated observability, that's where you can deploy multiple Zabbix instances to monitor a single controlled environment. How to do this? So, this is your usual case. This is your Zabbix. This is your Zabbix server. And the functionality of Zabbix server is limited. It's basically what you're going to get from the wonderful Zabbix team. This is your Zabbix database. And here is the performance limitation. The database will store only yay much and will perform only as much as a database can perform. Zabbix proxies are a wonderful method of spreading the collection, and Zabbix agent is great for scale the functionality, but everything is coming to a choking point. Zabbix server itself, and Zabbix database. So where the Zabbix shines? Zabbix really great when it handles a very specific load that it can handle. So for the single server instance, Zabbix doing really great. If you agree to extend your functionalities through the Zabbix API, Zabbix API is really good for what it's for. If you agree to submit the data through the Zabbix Trapper or through the API, that is also your straightforward point of Zabbix use. If you're happy with the single database instance performance, that's fine. That's probably you don't need to do all what I will talk about. So, what's the ZBus is offering to you? So first, it's a telemetry bus. What is the telemetry bus? Telemetry bus is the distributed point-to-point media based on the publish, subscribe, and store mechanism designed to distribute and store telemetry data. Next, generally people using Python or other languages to solve programmatic needs for the Zabbix, but generally none of those languages are designed to support telemetry computation. Processing pipelines. With the telemetry, with the ZBus solution, you can organize the telemetry processing pipelines. If you wanted to implement telemetry processing pipelines out of box with the Zabbix, that will be a challenging task. And integration, that's another choking point with the Zabbix, because there is actually more than one method of integrating external data sources or external destination with the Zabbix. So, as I mentioned before, Zabbix is an excellent platform, though it deserves a better scalability. And the next interesting point, Zabbix actually provides you everything that you need to build a horizontally scaled federated observability platform. So if you just think it through and implement this, this will actually make Zabbix really strong player on the market where SaaS observability solution currently shines, because they can just handle more data than Zabbix can. So the common pattern how you use the Zabbix is this. You deploy a single Zabbix instance. Here is your Zabbix server, that is UI, that is database, that is agent or a proxy, and you start to submit your data to your single Zabbix instance. And you submit some more, and you submit some more until you reach, I'm personally seeing 60 or 70K NVPS. I heard this, probably it's more than that, but generally I assume anything above 50,000 NVPS of the Zabbix server performance, that is required some skills and some wizardry to tune Zabbix on the database. And what the people doing in this situation? They deploy the second Zabbix server, of course. And boom, Now we have a data and functionality isolation. So we have some data, some of our telemetry on one server, and some of our telemetry on the second server. What could be done for that? And with the few tools that using pretty standard Zabbix capabilities and Zabbix APIs, we can solve this problem. First, we establish, this is outside of Zabbix point-to-point telemetry bus that is store, publish, subscribe media that is really good for telemetry storage. Then ZBus loadable module loaded into the agent, providing access of the data stored in the bus to the agent and therefore make it accessible to the Zabbix server. And then a Zabbix Universal Data Gateway. This is your external data gateway, which using Zabbix HTTP export protocol that catches data in the real time and sending data to the bus. If you provide the same arrangement for your second Zabbix server, Universal Data Gateway, and the loadable module, then you effectively will remove the data gap between the different between two Zabbix servers. So now with this arrangement, you can actually create your federated observability that will consist of the multiple Zabbix servers. Each of those will handle the specific part of the load. Or you can also deploy a Zabbix server. Each of them will load the data from the telemetry bus generated by another Zabbix server and give you necessary consolidations. So this arrangement will give you really horizontal scalability. You will cross the boundary of the, let's say, 50K. And this is not a theory, this is actually done. I don't say it's a production. At this point, I consider this as the proof of the concept, although testing and performance testing and stability testing didn't find any significant flaws. This doesn't mean there is none, but it actually works quite well. So in this window, first you're gonna do, you start Zenox server. Zenox server is your telemetry bus. Then you start your Zabbix agent and load ZBus module into the Zabbix agent. Thus you establish the link between telemetry bus and Zabbix environment. Next, you start Universal Data Gateway. Unfortunately, you do need to provide API, and you do need to query API as you ingesting Zabbix data, because Zabbix export protocol provides you host ID, host description, but not host name. Why? I hope at some point this will be resolved, and I will not be needed to query Zabbix API to find out what is the host name passed to the Zabbix export protocol. Next, you go to your Zabbix and configure your connector. And then you, with the simple Zabbix get, you check your query bus. You are using your telemetry bus. You are using zbus.get, and then, well, this is actually your all-in-common Zabbix telemetry item name, but it is converted to the / format. So through the zbus.get, you are sending a request through your Zabbix agent to the zbus. Also, you can do this through the Zabbix as well. So after you've done those few very simple steps, instead of isolated Zabbix instances, you have a federated Zabbix instances. And you have a federated environment which you can scale horizontally according to amount of data that you are planning to handle. So what else this idea and what else Zabbix telemetry bus and gateways can offer to you? It offers you to have an access to your events as to your data. So you can catch a Zabbix alert, send it to the bus, and then treat these facts as your data. You can perform statistical analysis, you can perform MLOps over your events, just like you perform this with the data. Next, those tools allow you to enhance your Zabbix telemetry with some statistical computation, such as forecasting. I do know Zabbix do have a forecast, but mechanisms, but I offer another method of computing forecast using Markov chains. I find this will gives you more accurate prediction without fiddling with the fit functions. Also, it gives you, it samples your data and gives you instant real-time statistical computation over your sample. Next, it is a programmatic language which embedded inside the Universal Data Gateway. It is a scripted language which gives you access to your, instantly gives you access to your telemetry. For example, this is an example of the filter function. So you can filter which data will reach the gateway. Or this is the transformation function. It will tell you how you wanted to transform this JSON to something else. Yeah, here is the example. And also Zabbix Universal Data Gateway can do some, beyond the doing forecasting, it can do some statistical analysis like finding anomalies, breakouts, and categorize the text data. In addition to all this, Universal Data Gateway can provide you access to another tools commonly used in the observability world, such as Prometheus Exporter, or NATS, or syslog. So you can actually establish the syslog catcher and immediately send collected syslogs to a telemetry bus. I supported ClickHouse because business intelligence people do love to have this kind of stuff. And ClickHouse do have a really simple and convenient interface, and BI tools like Druid and Power BI do have a really simple integration with the ClickHouse. So this provides the access to the telemetry data to the business intelligence people who normally don't have access to this. Next, telemetry pipelines. I already spoke about this. Essentially, what this is your telemetry transformation. You can establish the catchment of the telemetry data from the one telemetry bus and send this telemetry to another telemetry bus. And you can aggregate the different telemetry bus. You can fan out data collected from one telemetry bus to the multiple telemetry buses. And you can do the transformation, you can do the analysis and all this kind of things. And this tool also provides you quick and easy access to the JSON RPC, so you can query the data stored on the telemetry bus using JSON RPC. And all this actually requires you to use those two tools, Universal Data Gateway and the bus module. That's all to it, and it's freely available on my GitHub. Loadable module, sometimes it's finicky and it's very dependent on Zabbix version. If you will start to build the loadable module on your version of the Zabbix and it will fail, try again or try to reach me, see if I can be any of the help. Or offer your best idea about like how you can implement the access to external data source from the Zabbix. This all been made available with the help of the Rust and JCC compilers. And thank you for the Zabbix people for the Zabbix. And now it's about me. I've been around probably long enough. Last 25 years I devote to monitoring and observability. Been working for the Zabbix platform probably as long as like beginning version 1.2 maybe. And for 5 years I worked for the company who made the observability tools and instruments out of my 25+ year career. And if you guys want to get in touch with me, LinkedIn URL is provided. And thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, if we have a time, please feel free, or please find me after this session. I will be glad to discuss it.
We've got one. We've got one.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Vladimir, first of all, and nice to see you as a presenter again. So the question is, where does ZBus store the data that came from Zabbix instances, and what is the difference between this and having just two Zabbix, having one but bigger Zabbix server?
Okay, to answer your question, first, when you are making Zabbix bigger, and then bigger, and then bigger, at some point you will not be able to make it bigger. So this solution actually give, I don't say it solves the problem, because it's in a very baby step stage at this point, but at least it's offer you a pathway to how you can pass beyond the fact that I cannot push a bigger Zabbix server. So that's answer on one part of the question. Second part, Zenoh offers several storage media. Since it's point to point, so you can deploy multiple nodes, including multiple storage nodes. So for the Zenoh, nodes do have a different role and purpose. It is a router nodes that route the data in the ensemble. It's a storage node, and you can specifically set which part of the key, and the key is what looks like a Unix file name. Like which part of the key is stored on the which node or which nodes. And currently I'm using in-memory storage. And since I'm storing only last known value, because of this solution is about real-time processing, this is not a storage solution. This is a distribution solution. So, and this solves a very simple but very specific problem: how to pass the data between multiple Zabbix instances.
Yes, and what about alerting in this case?
Well, if your nodes, if your data stored in the ZBus, and you can get an access to this data stored in the ZBus, which originated from the multiple nodes, and through the Zabbix agent and the Zabbix loadable module, you can get access to this data. To build the alerts, you don't need all the data that you are collecting. So you collecting the data, you probably pre-process and send a pre-computed and pre-analyzed data, and then you take the specific data that you need for alerting and basically load them as you normally load your Zabbix data through the Zabbix get, ZBus get.
Yep, okay, makes sense, thank you.
Any other questions? If there is none, I will be around. And again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention.
Thank you. All right, so next up, from something quite technical and advanced, we'll move on to exploring one of Zabbix's native features. In particular, we'll talk about and have a case study of how can we extend Zabbix in an advanced fashion with built-in JavaScript features. And to tell us about it, let's welcome Nathan Liefting, Zabbix consultant and trainer from Open Source ICT Solutions Netherlands, and Edwin Muller, consultant at Alliander Telecom Netherlands. Welcome.
Good afternoon. So we're going to talk about customizing Zabbix. That part will be mainly done by Nathan. I will talk about a little bit about the company and our use case. So this use case is formed within Alliander. Alliander is a Dutch grid owner. We occupy or put our products in 1/3 of the Netherlands. And what we do is we transport energy, like electricity and gas. And next to that, we have our own telecommunication network on 450 megahertz. I will tell you more about it later. We are working together with Open Source ICT Solutions. And as I said, Nathan will do the rest. My name is Edwin Muller. I'm consultant telecom smart meters. My main focus is smart metering. But I also do the OT operations like lighting and intelligent nets.
All right. My name is Nathan Liefting, Zabbix consultant and trainer at Open Source ICT Solutions. Basically what I do 40 hours a week is Zabbix, so I'm very blessed to actually be able to do that. If you could, thank you. Open Source ICT Solutions. You might also know me from the Zabbix book. Actually, we just released, when Zabbix 7 was released 3 months ago, the Zabbix 7 book. So you can go check that out if you would like to do that.
Yeah. So I told you about our own 450 megahertz network. So, and Alliander Telecom is a department within Alliander. We are part of the 450 MHz Connect organization. Alliander owns 25% of that partnership, like with E.ON and the 450 MHz Alliance. So the specific use is of course monitoring. I heard a lot about fixed networks, glass fibers. That's totally different than mobile communications, and that's why we needed a kind of customization. We also own Trend, and we migrated our glass fiber network. So Trend does glass fiber. We migrated that with our own glass fiber, and now we cover also 1/3, about half of the Netherlands, with our own glass fiber network to monitor substations. But not everything can be glass fiber, of course, that's too expensive. So we do the main parts with glass fiber, and the remaining parts are mobile. For this, at the moment, we are trying to integrate all the grid owners, like there are 3 main ones, Alliander, Stedin, and Nexus, and we are trying to go together. We own our own base stations, so we also do the base stations next to the commercial providers, and then we try to make a really good coverage of all the assets in the Netherlands. So which are these assets? First, on the left side, you can see the smart meters. We have around 3.2 million of these smart meters, and the other 3 devices are routers. What we do with them is distribution automation, around 10,000, street lighting, around 20,000 routers. They are based in the substations, so we can steer in a small area all the lighting. Power quality, to maintain the quality of the electricity in the net. Alarm indicators when something goes wrong. Gas automation, and so gas is also monitored, and other cases. What I see in the business is that they get more and more devices because everybody wants to know more about the grid, and especially real time. And that's hard to do with mobile networks. So that's why we did some tuning. So why? Health, performance, and availability. So it's not obvious that a network is always available. There will be outages, there's bad coverage. Next to a base station, you will have good coverage, but the farther you come away, the harder it is to get your data. We don't only monitor our routers, but also the chain. So there's a readout system, and there's a hardware, and there are APNs, VPNs, the whole chain we want to measure. And of course, with the routers, there can be one router failing, but there can also be many routers failing. And that we also want to see, because then something like a tunnel is down, or a firewall is closed, or so that's why we use Zabbix. We also collect the metrics. One of the metrics is, for example, the firmware. If we do a mass firmware update, maybe 80% succeeds in one time. But then you want to know which devices are not upgraded. And so we maintain a current overview of all the firmwares. We also want to look at the wireless signal quality and the signal to noise ratio, because the mobile network is not constant. When there's a truck passing by, you can already have a bad mobile signal. Also, we see that weather influences are quite important. For example, when it's warmer, we see that the radio signals, they tend to get more noisy. So, up-to-date wireless network provider information. That's a really new technology. You used to have one SIM card, one provider. And recent innovations, we are working now with the eSIM. eSIM is electronic SIM. It is not a SIM card anymore, but it's soldered on the breadboard. It can have many SIM cards inside, and you can do that with remote SIM provisioning. So we have a system, we can push SIM cards to the small meters, to the smart meters remotely. So we don't have to switch the modem, the SIM card, or the meter anymore. Also, we did this because we don't want to have a lock-in our system. We want roaming, multi-MC, so multi-providers. and we do that with different technology. And soon we will be able to have multiple profiles and select the best SIM card for each location. It's very location dependent. So we monitor dashboards, or we made dashboards, and we also can say something about the providers, that one provider is good in cities, other providers are good in countryside. But the main focus is cost management, because every byte that you send, so for example, you have 3,000 devices. Mobile is quite expensive. You pay a few cents per SIM card per month, but do that times 3 million, and you can see what the cost of mobile communication is. And that's why we work together with Nathan to optimize really the data traffic.
Thank you. So, now we are presented with a little bit of a problem, because Zabbix has a plethora of features, but one of the things that we were missing in this case were some customizability that we had to do to get around them, actually. For example, when you're using these eSIMs, it is quite useful to know what provider is currently being used by one of these routers. So that's the problem that we were presented. Now we want to filter based on those providers, and we want to make sure that you can actually get that information. So that's why we have the tags. And the tags, well, right now they are quite static. You set something up on a template level maybe, and it is actually inherited on the lower levels. But what if we have this dynamic information like Vodafone, T-Mobile, KPN in the Netherlands? Well, if we want to add that to a tag, we can't do that natively. But we do want to see it, like you can see on the image on the lower end. Yeah. So how do we achieve that? Well, that's where the beauty of Zabbix comes in. We have all of this customizability, and we went the JavaScript route. There's various ways to introduce JavaScript through global or item level scripting, but specifically it will be using the duct tape engine. So we are limited to that, although we do get extensive capabilities, and we were actually able to build this using that and a lot more features. It isn't extendable with libraries, but we do get a whole lot of features that we need. Now, specifically, we want to make sure that this item is going to populate that tag. So we create an alert script, and we make an alert script based on JavaScript. Name the script, and then we pass some parameters, like what host do we want to update the information on, what tag do we want to update, the provider tag in this case, the tag value, the token, the URL. So it's all built into the front end. We don't need to do anything on the CLI here. And what do we do with those parameters? Well, we simply give them to the JavaScript. And the JavaScript, we, for example, say, hey, there's an alert coming in. We know which host that is, so we know the host ID. Tag name provider, we'll update that, and we'll use some variables to catch that information in the script. And then we define an API call to actually talk to the Zabbix API. So, like I said, we're staying within the environment here. We're not doing anything on the CLI, but we're using JavaScript in the front end to talk back to the Zabbix API and make changes, making it all built in. The API call will simply get the host name through an host get to make sure that we have that, and then we can start to update the tag. And that's not the only problem we were presented with. I think, actually, this is your slide.
Exactly.
So you can explain a little bit the other problem.
Like I said, the fixed networks, yeah, you can send whatever you like, and the mobile networks cost are key. For example, we check the network with Wireshark, and this is an example of a ping. And ping is 200 bytes, 100 bytes to the router and 100 bytes back, if it is successful. In Zabbix you can do a maximum number of counts and the maximum number of pings, ICMP, but then it always executes those pings. And we don't want that, because that can be, if a network works well, and we put 3 pings too many. So we want to reduce the number of pings. Also, we own our own network, and our routers go in dormant mode. So they are not accessible, and they only wake up when somebody tries, when we try to ask something to the device. That takes 3,000, 4,000 milliseconds. But that doesn't always is not always taken into account, and you have to program that really well. And with SNMP, it's less configurable to do that. Also, in mobile communications, it's useful to wake a router by first sending one ping. When it's awake, you do the SNMP reading. And that's what we made also. So, to elaborate even more, to get more data, we want to know how many pings were used to get a successful connection. So, and when we only try 4 times, and when it still doesn't work, we don't even send out the SNMP anymore, and we don't bother the network even more, because we are not the only one using the network, also not the commercial networks, there are a lot of people on it. And if everybody does this with such many devices, then it will be quite full soon. Then the commercial networks, like LTM, LTE, GPRS, they all have different timings. And so we needed quite some customization to make the optimal settings for every ICMP call.
All right, so like I said, presented with another problem. We want to reduce cost, and we want to reduce the amount of bytes that we are sending over the network. Now, Zabbix usually assumes that we have all of these fiber or, at least copper connections, gigabits of data that we can cross over, but this isn't the case in every single network. So what do we want to do? We want to reduce those pings, and also we only want to execute SNMP if the ping is actually successful. So that's 2 problems there. What will we do? Well, we'll do the ping. We'll make it a little bit more efficient by saying only send the required amount of pings. If you succeed at 1 ping, the rest is probably also fine. Don't worry, stop right there. And then we'll execute SNMP. Once again, we need a little bit of customization because we do not have a max retry option in the fping built in. So we just write a little bit of a bash script, nothing too fancy. It's just very simple script. Run through it, do a loop, and then send that back using Zabbix Sender. The interesting part comes when you actually want to execute the SNMP right after that ping. And that's where we're going into some custom Java script again. Basically, what we'll do is whenever a ping is received and it is successful, we use a no data trigger to make sure that if new data has come in the last 30 seconds, so the shortest interval we can do, then we'll create a new problem. And with that problem, we can start to actually do a whole bunch of stuff because we can use those alert scripts again. We can set up an action. If the event comes in, well, then you execute something. What do you execute? Well, a bit of JavaScript that is going to talk to the API again. No data will also automatically resolve after 30 seconds, so we can have an update interval for the ping of 30 seconds or slower. We add a tag to this event as well, so that we have something that we can actually put the action on. But you do have to keep in mind, this does create a lot of events. We actually already thought of maybe a better solution to do this by using a script item instead. But as it is implemented right now, we are creating a lot of events because there's like 20,000 devices. So let's set up that script. We execute SNMP. Can we execute SNMP through the Zabbix API? Yes, we can. We set up an alert script, parse the parameters again, so we want that host ID, API token, and the URL. And then we communicate internally, localhost to the Zabbix API. And what we'll do is we'll simply create or pass those parameters. Add some error logging, of course, to make sure that if something goes wrong, we can easily read it in the Zabbix server logs. And then execute the actual call. Now, the call is quite simple here. We simply get the item data first. So we use the host ID to get the SNMP get item. which is just a bulk item that is executing basically all of the SNMP on this device. Once we know the item ID of this SNMP get item, we can use that data in a second API call, and that second API call is going to use task.create. And task.create with type 6 creates an execute now. So we basically do an execute now through the API for this specific SNMP item once the ping was successful. Of course, to do that, we'll need the action. So we'll create an execute SNMP action, value of tag execute equals SNMP. And then the execution step, the operation will be run the script, execute SNMP. We'll use the item ID and the host ID to execute the SNMP get bulk request to get that data into Zabbix, only when the ping succeeds. One thing to keep in mind, though, is we still have an update interval on the SNMP get item, so we just use a schedule check to make that as long as possible. We can't disable it altogether, but it will still reduce the data enough so that it is viable for this environment. In Zabbix 7, we can even make this a little bit better. We aren't running 7 yet in this environment, so what can we do? Well, we can set up SNMP get bulk, but there's actually an issue in this specific case with bulk, because bulk actually adds some additional bytes in overhead, and we are very stingy about the bytes. So what do? In Zabbix 7, we can use the SNMP get again in a single item, add all of the OIDs that we need to the get item, and then we can reduce the data even further. So waiting for Zabbix 7 upgrades to get that done as well.
Yeah, what I forgot to mention is that not only there was the walk that generates more data than necessary, but also the individual readouts of SNMP OIDs makes a lot of sessions. In our own network, I told you that the devices go in dormant mode, and it means that every time we get a value by SNMP, the device needs to wake up again, and that is also not good. So one use case is for walk, that's okay, but that generates data. The other use case is sessions, and that generates extra wake up of the hardware. Well, what are the benefits now? We came from 4.4 that had a very basic configuration. We are going now more towards near real time, and we generate much more data about our devices. Now we made some nice dashboards, and we can see where the weak spots are in the network, in the devices, and we can really focus on those things. We have more focus. We are busy with integration of ServiceNow. I heard before with CRM software. Well, we try to do ServiceNow in the future. Network management system, including all peripherals. So we see actually a quite of chain monitoring. We can really see our multiple devices affected in a specific area, in a specific substation. So we have much more detailed data. Historical data for identification of trends. So this means that if there are certain devices always reacting in the same time, we will find it. We also already went back to some manufacturers that some basic things in the firmware were not so good, so we can improve on that. And with this customization of data, it really enables to use minimum data and minimum sessions. So thank you for your attention. And are there any questions?
So we have one more slide.
Oh, we have one more slide? Oh, that's... Oh, I'm sorry.
No
that
worries.
was a new
No
one.
worries.
I didn't practice that one.
Yeah, we did add this one later. So just a little summary here. What we really want to show you here is, of course, how are we using Zabbix, but also you can be quite creative with your Zabbix environment to extend it. You know, Zabbix has provided a lot of additional tools for you in the built-in JavaScript to actually extend it all within Zabbix. We don't need very lengthy Python scripts running on the CLI with cron jobs and everything like that. We really wanted to keep everything self-contained here because it's a very close and secure environment. So customize, but also use the tools in your Zabbix environment internally to do that customization. I'm no JavaScript guy, it's not a lie. Usually I do like Python a little bit better, but this is included, so it does give you that really tailored customization. So use those script items. Also, we put some ZBX Next on the screen here for the ICP ping max retries and the execution dependencies that we would really like to see to get this internalized in Zabbix, but we can already do it just by using the customization options. All right, and I think that's it. And now we can go to the questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Currently, as far as I can tell, there are no questions. Is that correct? But feel free to find both of our speakers on the stage. And if you have anything you want to discuss about JavaScript or industry-specific questions, maybe, then walk up to them and ask away. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we talked about extending Zabbix, and our next speaker, we're going to cover extending Zabbix in a somewhat different direction. We're going to talk about Zabbix outside of TCP, IP, monitoring, let's say, unconventional metrics and extending Zabbix beyond IT. Let's welcome Marcin Gosiewski, co-owner at BV Grupa SC, Poland. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm Marcin Gosiewski, as I already told. I'm from Poland. Pozdrawiam tutaj wszystkich, którzy z Polski mnie słuchają. Okay, this was call for mama. What I will be talking about is just environment and industrial monitoring using special hardware. The main case is that with a little help of innovative thinking, we can deploy Zabbix into places where it was not meant to, or our imagination didn't go that far. Also, we can extend existing IT infrastructure monitoring to things we really need to be included in Zabbix, but they are not because they are not on TCP IP network. So what I mean, server room monitoring, like HAVAC, energy, and everything which is needed, like environment and industrial monitoring, like temperature, pressure, humidity, level of gases, like atmospheric level, liquid of tank, level of liquid in tanks. All the IoT monitoring. IoT is more and more important, and there are more and more things connected via IoT, which we have to monitor. Some of them have a TCP IP, and many of them no. And some of them have TCP IP, but we want to know externally if they're doing their job. Energetic system monitoring. For more and more server rooms, we have to monitor more and more parameters from energetic network. How the power is delivered, all these kinds of stuff. And also, human workflow monitoring. What people are doing, how they are interacting with devices, how they are interacting with machines, and all this kind of stuff which can be related to other things that we are currently monitoring. For instance, productivity on factory. We can monitor them. For instance, we can monitor workflow in insurance company. We can generate data which is based on how many cases at which stage are inside the insurance company's system, and raise alarms whenever the employee goes to, I don't know, a leave, absence, or goes to a Zabbix conference, and don't leave anybody this job to be done, and the stockpile at some stage rises. Server room monitoring. I already told you. What we have to do to root cause the things. Okay, we have a failure. What is the root cause? The root cause sometimes can be, from the Zabbix perspective, switch stopped working. From our perspective, the real root cause is water on the floor which killed that router. Is temperature which exceeded some parameters. Is lack of energy or bad quality of energy which is killing the servers. This is the real root cause. Fire system has done something with our system. So, okay, we see very generic failure of many devices, and we don't know why it happened, because the fire alarm was triggered. Air conditioning state. Of course, most of air conditioning systems have TCP/IP, but there are situations where redundant AC switching from A to B claims it has switched, but it didn't. Both are off. This is a real situation from, I don't know, 3 months ago. IBM was not guilty, but okay. They gave to this company a mainframe for testing, and this mainframe evaporated. So the cost can be really huge. So we need to monitor real state of those devices. Sometimes the root cause of problems is human presence. So if we can correlate some failures with the presence of human, of some cabinet being open, then we can have much more visibility what is really going on in the system. So what do we have to do? We have to connect somehow this external world to Zabbix. And that's why we have invented a special system which is manufactured in Europe by BV Grupa, which is adding the whole non-IT environmental monitoring capabilities to Zabbix. It's allowing to connect sensors, machines, digital inputs, everything to Zabbix. Of course, you can do this using PLC controller, then Moxa device converting from Modbus to TCP, and then the whole chain. But I will tell you in a moment what are the drawbacks of this, what are the problems with this approach. What we wanted to do is to design something completely with Zabbix in mind. We've done it to ourselves first, now we are selling it for some time already. Why we did it? Because we didn't want problems which are caused by this traditional approach. So this is an example board. So it has there are several types of boards. This is just an example board. It has a lot of connectors for thermometers, for digital inputs, for humidity sensors, specialty humidity sensors. It has expansion capabilities. You can add another boards to collect another sensors. There are some special industrial needs. For instance, okay, the ability to trigger something, the ability to show Zabbix alarm as the light on the device. For instance, because when we are troubleshooting, okay, what really happens, where is this part which failed, sometimes we need some feedback when we are going to the machine where it really where it really is. It has both Wi-Fi or wired connection. Of course, it can be compiled, the firmware can be compiled so that it's completely isolated from Wi-Fi or completely isolated from network. It is very secure, no firmware update on the fly possible, etc., etc. So these are devices which are completely secure, robust, industrial grade, and designed with Zabbix in mind. What is important? First of all, we were trying to simplify the whole chain. So there is auto-discovery everywhere. So the connected sensors are auto-discovered by the device, and also Zabbix is auto-discovering connected sensors to the devices. So this whole change is completely automatic. The configuration for Zabbix is very simple. First, we have to install this device, then connect the sensors, and then perform very, very basic configuration via web interface. The device will discover its expansion cards, all the sensors, as you see, will give the status of the sensors, and then what we have to do? We have to do one very important thing. We have to just name physically, okay, what this sensor is really measuring. How it's done? Usually the technician takes the mobile phone, goes to the temperature sensor, holds it in his hand, looks which is showing 30 degrees, then gives descriptive name, okay, this sensor is measuring this. And this is the place where the truth about the sensors is kept. And then this truth about the sensors is passed automatically to Zabbix. Now, what we have to do on the Zabbix side? Very simple. Install the template, then add hosts. We don't use the port, you do just have to give the IP address. And that's really it if you just don't forget to link the template. So this is really everything you have to do to configure the sensors. And the whole chain between your sensor and item in Zabbix. Then you have to just wait for auto-discovery. When all the devices are discovered, sensors, then you have already correct names, correct descriptions in Zabbix. You just have to tag them or do whatever you want, but you have the whole chain closed. Why choose this solution? This is the solution which is with Zabbix from the design stage. So we have designed it so that the Zabbix process will be flawless. So that people knowing Zabbix but not knowing automation systems can install it and configure it. So that no technical knowledge of Modbus protocol, PLC controllers, or whatever is needed. So it's very simple. There are several expansion boards, so this is really flexible. It's working in the industry, in the server rooms, in many different places. It's very serviceable. We wanted to make it really serviceable. So there are all the schematics, application binaries available for external repair personnel. We also tried to design the boards that way that are all the descriptions of all the parts to repair it on the boards themselves. So we're trying to make it as easily serviceable as possible. Customizable, because we are owner of the schematics, we are owners of the firmware, so we can do even custom solutions, and some companies are ordering custom solutions. Like for instance, I don't know, for Post, which has the sorting machines, and you want to monitor some special parameters like vibration, etc., or whatever, or for instance, the flow of the packages which are sorted by the sorters. And what is really important is that it's self-documented. The hardware ecosystem consists of several versions. If you want, I have them here. If somebody is geeky enough to want to see them, I have them. I can explain everything. There is a large, with all the connections made version for the industry, which is usually installed in industrial applications, and one smaller designed for server rooms. So we have just enough stuff to monitor a cabinet or a server room or something like this. You have just 4 digital inputs, 40 or 30 thermometers, and that kind of stuff. Everything is, there are several power options, etc., etc. I will not just waste your time on this. There are several expansion boards, as I said, analog, digital, 4 to 20 milliampere, volts, etc., whatever you wish. The self-documenting feature is very important, because normally, if you have a chain, you are installing a sensor, then you are connecting it to PLC device. Then you're connecting the PLC device to Moxa, IP gateway. Then you are installing the driver, because Moxas have RTO over TCP, which is not an official standard, because official standard is Modbus TCP. So you have to install another driver in the Linux, which is translating the IP address to specific virtual serial port. And then in Zabbix, you have Modbus get. And you have to enter those parameters, which are configured on every level. In any Technician will replace any part from the top to the bottom, you are lost. And if this competition is coming to your server room to replace it, and if it doesn't have documentation, and this is completely normal for companies to not have documentation, even large companies. You are going to the cabinet, you don't know how the PLC is programmed, what are the addresses, what are the slaves, what are the port numbers, etc. What is worse, there is really no way on any chain that any device will try even to help you with getting knowledge what is on which level. So we are trying to eliminate all this pain to create something that you plug in and it works. Some usage scenarios. Server room monitoring, I already told you. Temperature, humidity, state of havoc, all this kind of stuff. Industrial and environmental, like all kinds of industrial sensors, monitoring machines, vibration, etc., buildings, all this kind of stuff. For instance, industrial paints factory, producing very, very fast, the paints which are used for packaging, which has to be ready from the painting until the package, something is packed within 2-3 seconds. Very, very strict environmental rules. There are several data collectors there in several buildings. There is a central appliance, etc., and several types of sensors. There is a Zabbix dashboard for this, which is showing the state of the whole system, where all people can see the correlation between, I don't know, low temperature outside plus low pressure in the heating system plus temperature in the heating system. It should raise alarm or not. Items from auto-discovery, everything very simple. Energy monitoring. Critical infrastructure organization in Poland, couple of server rooms, separate buildings, 2 independent power sources, 15,000 volts. Zabbix used for monitoring all the critical environment parameters. There are hundreds of parameters measured only for the electric current. Quality parameters, availability, which path the current is going through, all kinds of redundancy stuff, etc. 15 devices from us, 40 other devices, also the Modbus and some other stuff, and this is building the whole system, which is gathering the data. Large existing infrastructure, heavy stuff. We had to do our own, let's say, some more industrial graphics for maps, and it's working. Human behavior. Packaging production factory. Employees are coming to the machine. We are detecting presence. Then they are picking tools. We are detecting if they are picking tools, which tools are picked. Being clever, you can know everything, how efficient they are, how fast they are working, and all the kind of stuff. You can raise alert where, for instance, there is, I don't know, one of the tools not used for some time or something like this, or if they use it in the wrong direction or wrong order. Any questions?
Yeah, we have one. We've got one question.
Yeah, okay.
So is this device acting like Zabbix agent to Zabbix server approximately? And if so, then did you have problems with the protocol change between Zabbix and server,
Okay.
agent and server,
Okay.
870.
Okay, for security reason, it's not running any Linux. It's booting within milliseconds. So the whole functionality is built into this device, and it's producing JSONs, which are ready for auto-discovery, for data flow. So the template covers, the template plus the devices cover everything. Yeah?
But the device, is it like acting like agent or not?
No, it's not acting like agent. It's not acting like agent. There is, it's exposing specific JSON objects.
Using
and
trapper item?
Sorry?
Using trapper item?
No. You can just normal get.
Oh, okay.
Using normal get, and then it's you just query it, and you query it for auto discovery and for actual data.
Okay.
And the template is covering everything. So if you install the template, forget it. It's working.
Okay. One quick question about the hardware. Why did you choose ENC28J60? Because it's only 10 megabit per second, and it's getting old and requires old switches to aggregate.
Okay. First of all, the distance. If you are going to the factory, then you need to have, you are going down even to 10 megabits. So it has to be as reliable as possible. Again, the amount of data sent is very minimal. Okay, and this J blah, 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 blah was used in the older version. Now we are using W550, so it's a newer one.
Okay.
So this is it. So and we were thinking of reliability on every stage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now that we've seen various ways of extending Zabbix, both within Zabbix itself and with the help of external hardware, we will take our final coffee break. Once again, here we have a QR code where the questions that you're hearing are being sent through by visiting the link in the QR code. Don't forget the merch shop is outside. This is one of your final chances to grab Zabbix merch. And if you've ordered merch online, this is where you can pick it up. We do not send it via post. You have to pick it up over here on site. So if your online orders are pending, go ahead and pick up your merch. And here you have the Zabbix mention at Zabbix and Zabbix hashtag that you can use to share your Zabbix Summit experiences. So let's have a 20-minute coffee break, and let's be back in 20 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency. Hello, Michael Kammer here again from Zabbix Marketing, and I've got as my first interview subject during this break, Yildiz Stasilionis from SEB Bank. And Yildiz, I'd like to ask you, first of all, was there anything in particular about your role at SEB Bank that led you to the topic of advanced log monitoring techniques?
I would say it's not about me or my position as such, or even my habits or preferences regarding monitoring. It's more about heritage. It's more about environment which we have. So we have a lot of valuable data residing in logs, and naturally, we have to analyze it. We have to monitor it. So I have no choice. Although I couldn't say I don't like it, So yeah, that's my one of the main interests in monitoring is currently log-based monitoring.
Okay. And what do you think makes Zabbix such a good fit for the monitoring requirements of the financial services industry?
Yeah, I would say its reliability, its capability to help us detect issues fast, because, financial institution as we are, we have many mission-critical, points and systems which cannot fail or cannot, fail for a long time. So imagine payments. You stand in shop, you have to pay by card. It must be always on. And with the help of Zabbix, we are able either to prevent those incidents from not happening at all, or we are able to detect them as fast as possible and, for example, send automated SMS message for hundreds of people who go and fix it. So I would say stability, reliability, and help of fast incident detection. Yeah.
Okay, good. And last but not least, how are you enjoying this year's summit? Is it an event that you would recommend to your colleagues?
Yep, so it's 7th year for me, so definitely I would recommend for everyone, and I enjoy myself, I arrive each year, 2nd year as a speaker, and I really enjoy it. I would recommend for anyone to go here and try this thing here, because it's fantastic.
Okay, we're glad to hear it. So thanks for your time, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you. Okay, so next up, my next guest, I've got Nicola Mauri from Quadrata, and hello, and excuse me there, and Angelo Porta. So, gentlemen, how are you enjoying the atmosphere at this year's summit? And is it your first time attending one?
No, it's not the first time. For me, it's the 3rd time.
Okay.
And I was very, very happy to be here again and to present again on the stage.
Okay. And Nicola, what about you?
Yeah, it's the 7th year here,
okay.
so it's a long story, and always it's such a good event for extending knowledge about Zabbix and several applications.
Okay, that's very good to hear. How did you first discover Zabbix, and what made you into a fan?
Good. No, I work in this area from 1995, more or less, in the monitoring. At this time, there were huge products, very costly, and so on. When I discovered Zabbix, I was very happy, because it's free. But it's not only free. Behind there is a real company. So it has both advantages of the free software, the open source software, and of the one company behind.
Okay. And
yeah, that's for me. I discovered Zabbix 15 years ago. And I thought, how would do it before? Because, it can save you a lot of time and you take under control your infrastructure. Yeah.
Okay. And the Zabbix community in Italy is an especially vibrant one. So I wanted to ask you, is there any special reason why we seem to have so many enthusiastic fans there?
Yeah, we have a lot of Zabbix addicted in Italy. I think we have large companies, and we also have lots of small business, which are often run by single administrators, and they find that Zabbix can help a lot of to take under control resources and services. And so that's basic the reason. We also have a large community on a Telegram group. Please join. And also a Quadrata YouTube channel with weekly videos about Zabbix and new features.
Okay. Angelo, anything to add?
No, it's good. It's the same, because I also agree with Nicola. I think that the best is the community, because there is a lot of people participant in the community and having answers. Not only asking, but there are answers. Okay. And so everyone is happy with this.
We're very glad to hear it. Thank you both so much, and enjoy.
Thank you to you.
Yep, thank you. All right, so moving right along, I've got our own Christina Lambert. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, how does this year's Zabbix Summit stack up against the other ones that you've attended?
That is actually an amazing question, because this year I feel like I got to experience a little bit more of the users and experience a little bit more of chatting with our partners, the training partners in particular, since we are working on day-to-day basis related to everything around training. So for us, just meeting the people, seeing what they are interested in, and also seeing and hearing the speeches from the speakers about where they want to Zabbix to take them in the future and what other tools they want to align and adjust to Zabbix. That is something that really is a lot for us as a training department, that we know how and where should we develop our training materials in the future.
I suppose, and related to that, what does the training team have in store for us when it comes to Zabbix 7.0 training?
Oh, so as you know, the Zabbix 7.0, it came huge with all the features that people and the users were expecting for a long time. So we were trying to include everything that is new in all the training courses in accordance to the levels. So for example, the specialist course, it got a little bit of an update and a tweak to it. And the same applies to all other training courses, the core courses, and yeah, that is what we do. Every new release brings something new to the table for us and also for our students.
Okay. And in line with that, are there any other training surprises that you could give us a kind of a quick preview of?
Yeah, this is something that we will be working on. So as you know, we have one-day extra courses, and they are designed for our students to get this basic knowledge and add something a little bit extra. As you know, last year we introduced the SNMP course, and that was a great success. So for the next year, please just follow along, and you will see some other things coming up that might surprise you, actually.
Very good to hear. Thank you very much for your time. And okay, so next up, we've got Mr. Mitsuhiro Ono from Toyota. Hello.
Hello.
Hi there. How are you enjoying this year's summit? Is it what you expected?
Yeah, this year's summit is incredibly insightful and engaging. Yeah, the variety of the topics covered and the caliber of the speakers exceeded my expectations, and I appreciate the opportunity to network with the Zabbix expert.
Okay, I'm really glad to hear that. Why is the use of green energy in the automotive industry so critical?
Yes, automotive industry is one of the major contributors for the greenhouse gas emission. So we must reduce the greenhouse gas emissions for realizing the sustainable mobility, green mobility society. Yeah.
Okay, and what makes Zabbix the ideal tool for monitoring your solar power simulator that's so important to this project?
Yeah, I think Zabbix is a perfect tool for monitoring due to its comprehensive feature and flexibility. And so it offers real-time monitoring and flexibility. It's integration with other components and also the cost-effective scalability. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time and your answers, and we're glad you're enjoying this year's summit.
Thank you.
So, thank you. All right, and last up we've got Janne Lasmana from marketing team at Zabbix, and this is your fourth time organizing a Zabbix Summit, and what's changed over that time for you, and what's stayed the same?
Let's start what we have kept for these years, and not only for the last 4, but actually all these 10 and 12. It's definitely Zabbix. It's Riga, Latvia, the headquarters of Zabbix, that have stayed the same, although 2 years we had the online version of Zabbix Summit. Of course, it's the community gathering. Everyone is happy to meet each other, to meet users from all around the globe. And also Zabbix partners, Zabbix clients, vendor partners, technology partners. This is like the global gathering for everyone. and 2 days of conference and 3 networking parts. And for the 4th year, we also have the open door days of Zabbix office. So everyone who joins Zabbix Summit can also have a free and open tour to Zabbix office.
Okay, great. When it comes to organizing events, what are the key differences between a Zabbix Summit and the local Zabbix conferences that we have everywhere in the world?
Zabbix Summit is a global event, the global conference. That's why we have speakers from all over the world. We also have delegates from 48 countries, almost from all continents, Australia, United States, Asia, everywhere. So this is a global event, and that's the main difference. This is a global community event happening, for 12 years.
And are there any upcoming events around the globe that our community should be especially excited about?
Yeah, I know that our Japanese community is waiting for Zabbix Conference Japan, happening in the middle of November. Then is Forum Mexico, a very recent event. I think it will be the 3rd year for Zabbix Forum Mexico in Mexico City, happening also in November. And next year we have already set dates for the first Zabbix Conference Italy, happening in February in Bologna. So stay tuned and get ready for Italian community. Then we are having the same for 5th year already Zabbix Conference Benelux in the Netherlands, and Zabbix Conference Germany in May, and Zabbix Conference LATAM in June. So all next year already getting ready for the next conferences.
Okay. That's quite a slate of events to keep in mind, and I hope the community will. So thanks again for the interview and for your time, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes our slate of interviews for today, and please continue tuning into the live stream, and we hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you.
And welcome to the 11th Zabbix Summit. Let's take questions.
Hi, I'm Mariana Portela. I'm an IT specialist from Global, and we started to use Zabbix, their monitoring infrastructure. Now we are expanding the monitoring across the company with some media systems and also cloud environments. And I guess Zabbix is a really flexible tool, so we want to take advantage of this and monitoring a lot of stuff, everything you can do.
Yes, well, one of the big advantages, because, well, in the market there are all the solutions, etc., is that Zabbix presents a full package, batteries included, that covers most of the topics that they are required in a monitoring solution. Compared to others, in this case, we have something that we can install and make it work with very little effort in small situations, small, medium-sized situations, but as well is able to scale to a large situation. In our case, precisely, Alenta is specialized in this type of huge installations where we're not talking just about hundreds or thousands, but even hundreds of thousands of hosts. And that we can achieve with Zabbix. So the full spectrum is very wide, and there are no such solutions out there compared to.
I recommend Zabbix because it is just the most capable, the most flexible, and the best monitoring tool you can get.
Backing up this product, so it's not like an open source product where some geek is working in the background on a product, but really we have like real support for these products, and it gives certain confidentiality to your potential customers. So this is one of the reasons why we like Zabbix so much. It's one of the key things that we use in our company. I personally am like a trainer for like 10 years, and I started to work with Zabbix like I think 11, 12 years ago in our company.
I recommend Zabbix because it's an open source solution. It's very flexible. Open source is not only free, but is about flexibility to integrate with your own applications and all you have in your company. And it's easy to get the monitoring of your infrastructure, applications, your business, your services. So it's a huge advantage to use Zabbix. And of course, there are a lot of support of the partners and the vendor to maintain.
I think I've been a partner for now 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be a partner of a well-known monitoring solution around the world. And regarding Zabbix, if I could say something, I think that the guys, the team, and all the team members did a great job about development of the product, how to share their vision of the product. Regarding the roadmap, for example, they communicate to the public what they will do and what they will improve. So as a partner, we could expect that Zabbix listen to us, and we could have several exchange if we need with the Zabbix team. So I'm really enjoying being part of the Zabbix community, and even if I am an external member, I feel like I am a Zabbix team member.
I think the best part is actually to work together with the Zabbix team, because they are very tangible, and each time I have a question, they try to come up with a proper answer for it. Well, we started working with Zabbix in 2011, and we did that because that we do database technology, and one of the things that we also do is manage services. In order to get a tool for being more efficient, then we got Zabbix, and it is our tool for handling all our services, and it's paying off very well, thank you.
Ready to climb the ladder to Zabbix expertise? Our training path is tailored to give you practical skills and an official certification while you master Zabbix. Our Zabbix Certified User course gives you the basics, laying the foundation for monitoring proficiency and getting you up to speed on the most important Zabbix concepts. The Zabbix Certified Specialist course teaches more efficient deployment and management techniques that will allow you to elevate your skills and run Zabbix seamlessly. Zabbix Certified Professional training will advance your Zabbix utilization and configuration knowledge while providing a deep dive into advanced monitoring techniques. When you feel like you know Zabbix inside and out, the Zabbix Certified Expert course is there to help you optimize the full capabilities of your Zabbix infrastructure and reach the peak of monitoring expertise. Knowing how to use our product to its full potential is the key to getting the most value out of it. Zabbix Certified trainings are designed to help you learn Zabbix inside and out and equip you with the practical knowledge you need to increase your productivity and performance. You'll find a wide variety of courses, everything from one-day sessions that cover the basics to week-long sessions that guarantee you'll be able to tackle any Zabbix challenge on your own.
And welcome to the 11th Zabbix Summit. Let's say Vladimir. And welcome to the 11th Zabbix Summit.
Okay, you can hear me now. So I'd like to welcome everyone to come back to the main hall because we'll be starting with our final stretch in a minute. All right, guys, let's move on with the final stretch. As before, I'm still going to remind you that we have the QR code on our slides over here with the survey, with the goal of helping us improving Zabbix UX and UI. You filling out that survey would be very helpful to us. So let's continue. We have 2 more presentations to go. Our next presentation will focus on Zabbix and model-driven telemetry. So we'll talk about how Zabbix can collect this type of information. Let's welcome on the stage Roberto Suarez Soto, Team Lead System Administrator at Alenta Consulting, Spain. Welcome.
Okay, so hello, my name is Roberto Suarez Soto. I work for Alenta. We are a little boutique IT services company, which means we do a little of everything, but mostly we're specialized in content acceleration, monitoring systems too, a bit of security, and also observability. We use different tools, but for observability monitoring, we basically focus on Zabbix. So, model-driven telemetry, where did this happen and how? So, we had a customer that runs the live coverage of TV, radio, and digital content for a big worldwide sports event. We are not really allowed to say the name, but it has a Greek origin, and it's not the World Soccer Euro Cup. So the scenario was formed mostly by Cisco devices, mostly Catalyst switches, Nexus, and also a few NCS routers. The customer knew that there was something new available to monitor the systems that wasn't SNMP, which is model-driven telemetry, and wanted to test it and see if it fit its necessities, which was mostly concerned about the usage of internet bandwidth and device availability. We use Zabbix to monitor everything, and we use Grafana to show some information for the visualization because we needed something a bit special. Besides how much it was used on Zabbix 6.0, we monitored about 90 devices. There was, at the end of the event, about 600 gigabytes, and we had an average of 2,000 new values per second with peaks of 3,000. So, what is model-driven telemetry? Model-driven telemetry provides a mechanism to stream monitoring data from the devices that are MDT-enabled to a receiving destination. This is usually different because people, when think about monitoring network devices, is thinking about SNMP, which is getting the data from the monitoring system, from the devices, from the monitoring system. So applications really can subscribe to the data they need. You don't need to pull for a different kind of data. You can just tell the device that you will need this data every time, and it will have it ready for you. It's based on young models, which is a specification that is, it's open. You can see it easily in GitHub. You can see it for every kind of device. You don't have to go to the website of each vendor. You can get it from a single source. And it uses an XPath syntax, which is easy to parse and to use. So the data that you will receive, the monitoring data that you will receive, will also use structured data like JSON and XML. And also the protocol you will use to transfer that monitoring data is not UDP, as in SNMP, but can be raw TCP or even something more advanced like gRPC, which is based on HTTP2. There are really two methods of getting the data, which are dial-out, which is the device will push the data to the monitoring system, and dial-in, which is the more traditional system of going to the device and picking the data you need. In any case, you can use a subscription system where you say exactly what you need. So in each device, you can see here one example from a Nexus, Cisco Nexus, you define subscriptions. Subscriptions is the way that you have to tell the system the data you will need. You have to say what data you need. It may be, for example, CPU data or network interface data. You have to say how often do you need it. When you want the data, you can say you want it every 60 seconds, every minute, every 2 minutes, every 1 hour. You have to tell it where to send the data, where is your monitoring application, and how. And how can be, again, ROTCP, gRPC, or some other options. To configure that, you can use different methods. Usually, netconf is one of them, a protocol system really thought strictly to configure network devices. You can use GNME, which is something similar, but in our case, you use directly SSH, which is the traditional way of using SSH to enter, log into a network device, and input all the configuration. The subscriptions, in this case, are predefined. You define the subscription, you define all the data you need before when you configure the system. But technically, you can use already also subscriptions that you need on the fly. So first, in our case, if you want to push the data from the device to the monitoring system, you add in the configuration all the subscriptions you need, all the sensor groups, which are the collection of data points you will use. You define them with XPath, so you can say exactly what you need. You can use, for example, XPath to say that you need one item or one branch of items, and then you say where you're going to send it. You can have this all predefined, but you can also use it on the fly. So you can dial into the device and say, I want this now. But it's not really the most useful way of doing it. So why should you use model-driven telemetry instead of NMP? Well, first thing, it uses, or rather, it encourages to use a push model instead of a pull model. This architecturally is easier when you have to design the network policies. Because if you wanted to use a pull model and you have, well, like in this case, let's say 90, 100 devices, you have to go to each of them and define a policy, an ACL, to allow the monitoring system to connect and get the data. In a push system, it's easier because you only have to define a network policy to allow all the devices to push the data to a certain, in this case, a certain TCP port in the monitoring system. So it's easier on the, on the administrators, and the configuration is simpler. Also, you don't have to, it's easier on the system, on the monitoring system, because you don't have to poll. So in this case, the device will push the data as soon as it's ready, and you don't have to go there and pick it up. So it also uses TCP and HTTP two transports, which are stronger and more useful than plain UDP. Because, for example, TCP means that the connection will be more stable, and, for example, if it fails, you won't have the same error. If you have used SNMP, you will know that when there is a timeout, you never really know if it's because the packet was dropped in the line, or you just use the wrong community, or that is something else, because you don't have really error checking. That's not that doesn't happen with TCP, because it has its focus on sessions and connections. And you also have other transports based on HTTP2, which have encryption and compression. Also, you will receive the data on JSON and MaxScale. You can choose which of them, which are easier to parse and also allow for more complex data structures. And in the end, again, CPU and memory use in the monitoring application will be lower, because you don't have to really poll each of the devices, poll them every time you need a new data, because the device will be who will send the data to you and will do it at predefined intervals. So you just have to be waiting for it. So how did we use, or how did we really put all this model-driven telemetry into Zabbix? So Zabbix by default doesn't support this. So we thought, okay, how do we get all this data from the devices to Zabbix, and then even if you have this data in Zabbix, how do we parse it and turn it into entities that Zabbix will understand? So first, to receive the data from the devices, we use Telegraph, which has a model-driven telemetry plugin made by Cisco itself. So with this, we got all the data sent to Telegraph, and then that parsed the data with the Cisco plugin, but then we'll still have to put all that data into Zabbix. And for that, we reached that gap using a custom plugin that we made ourselves. So the whole architecture was, we defined die-allowed subscriptions on the devices, so they knew that, I don't know, every 10 seconds, every 2 seconds, we wanted this data or this other data sent by gRPC to this port in this IP. We, in fact, had to configure them using scripts because there were too many devices to do it by hand. So from then, we wanted two kinds of statistics. One of the promises of model-driven telemetry is real-time monitoring. In this case, after a few studies, we went for two different types of what we call real-time, which is not really real-time. So we said we have hard real-time, which is really statistics taking every 2 seconds, and soft real-time, which will be statistics taking every 10 seconds. We use then model-driven telemetry to send this to Telegraph using RPC. Telegraph feeds this data to a Cisco to the Cisco plugin, and then that was fed to our custom plugin that acts at the same time as a sort of server and client to Zabbix. At first, the prototype was in Python, but there was too many data and there were too many devices, so in the end we had to re-implement it in Golang. So how did this connector work? This connector did two things. As I said, it was both a server and a client for Zabbix. It was a server because Zabbix could query it for discovery data. So we had a discovery rule shown in this place that every, I don't remember exactly the time, but every few seconds or every 3 minutes, query the connector for new data, for new data points that were defined or that had come from a device. It could be, for example, that it finds all the network devices, all the kind of CPUs or memories that the device has. And then once we have that discovery rule and we have item prototypes that create all the items that that device can provide, then the same connector feeds all that data that comes through model-driven telemetry to Zabbix. So both were needed because we didn't really have a way to know what items, what data points were defined in the devices without a discovery. Then for that, we defined two templates, and we use all the same templates in each model. So we had two, one for a catalyst, and then one for Nexus, and another one for the router. So, well, it's not really, it's better here than my monitor. You can say these were all the prototypes, item prototypes that we created based on model-driven telemetry. As you see, there are only 2 master items using Zabbix Trapper, which was the data sent by the connector that we made, and then everything else is dependent item. This, after all, it was data that came in JSON form, and we could parse it quite easily into something more coherent for Zabbix. So this is one problem that we found and that we really didn't expect at first. Why having soft and hard real time? And then when you use 2 seconds data points, what happens with the graphs? As you can see, this is 2 hours, and if we use only 2 second data points, it was, well, quite messy. This is only 2 hours, and you can see a lot of points. So the connector also provided a copy of that data that was instead sent every minute. So we could have a lot of detail for small intervals, but when we open that window, we could have something more easy to see for humans. It's meant in a graph that covered a few hours. So what we learned with this? So first, model intelligibility works as advertised. It's not that we really didn't expect that, but it's something that we had to try and we have to confirm. So we really were able to gather data in almost real-time fashion. We sent at first 2 seconds. I think we ended up using 5 seconds. It was helpful for a lot of issues because we could really see what's happening. For example, if some switch failed or if some port was down, we could see it really quickly, which was needed in this case. And so we found some things that we didn't expect. Once we knew what they were, there wasn't anything else that we have done that we needed. So it needed a different point of view when debugging problems because usually control who sends data and when. And then, so at first we thought that once defined, we could also know exactly when the data was going to be sent. In the end, it didn't really happen that way. So there were some rough edges. Real time is not really so much real time when you really go down to it, because we found that some devices couldn't really provide the data as fast as we needed. So at first, again, we wanted the data every 2 seconds, but we found that some devices couldn't handle it when we asked for too many data points. So CPU usage was quite high anyway, not really what we expected. And also we found that some interface counters, for example, some network interface counters weren't updated in real time. So you could ask for them every 2 seconds, every 3 seconds, every 5 seconds, but if they were generated every 10 seconds, it wasn't really useful. So something else that we found was that you have young models which should be used every time, there were small differences. For example, once you could receive all the data points in one big JSON structure, and some other times you could receive a few JSON responses with one of the data points. In the end, this is not really a problem when you know it, but it's not at first. We didn't know about it, and we had to change our templates and even change the code of the connector to be able to parse it properly. So we also needed some workarounds due to the lot of data that we put in the database. Using 2 seconds at first, we found that some DB queries were noticeably slower. We didn't really know why, but we thought it was because the density of data points in Zabbix was very high. And also, as we use Grafana dashboards, we found that the Zabbix plugin for Grafana wasn't performant enough for some repeats. For example, when you use, I don't know, if you want to know the state for 40 network interfaces, and you want to know it every 2 seconds, sometimes the queries took more than 2 seconds, so you didn't really have the results fast enough. In the end, we use SQL queries for these dashboards because that was the only way to have the data fast enough. But that made dashboards very complex because we couldn't use really a lot of the features that Grafana allows for having, for example, to not define each of the network interfaces, each of the bandwidth meters, or each of the memory or CPU counters. So it worked, but you had to love it because it needed some love. And that's all. So, questions?
Yeah, looks like that will be all. Currently no questions, but if someone wants to find out more about how this kind of data can be collected and configured.
Sorry,
there is a question. There is a question. Okay.
Is your MDT script publicly available?
That's a good question. Not yet. I'm not the one that should I am just, I'm not in the legal or commercial part, so I can ask that, but yes, I think it's not, actually not.
Okay, and quickly, one more. In which case do you need the CPU metrics every 2 seconds?
When you don't know if some device is going to handle the load, actually. And you are really worried that it can fail and then it can leave you without, for example, streaming. I mean, this really wouldn't make sense, this thing about having 2-second metrics or even 5-second metrics, if it weren't because this was very public. If the streaming for some event like this failed even for 10 seconds, it will, well, maybe not be in the news, but it will be the rounds in Twitter, X, and the like. So it was very critical to have data almost in real time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and before the closing part, we'll have one more small lightning talk, and it ends on a very Zabbix note. We will talk about creating an open source Zabbix book. So the product is open source. How about writing a book that is also open source? Let's welcome on the stage Patrick Uterhoven, IT consultant and Zabbix trainer at Open Future, Belgium. Patrick, welcome.
Hi, so my name is Patrick Uterhoven, and I'm going to talk about my new book. Like it said, it's an open source book, so the idea was Zabbix is open source, let's make an open source book. For those who don't know me yet, I work for a company with the name Open Future. The book is not related to Open Future, it's my personal project. I'm a long-time Zabbix trainer and consultant for Open Future. The focus of our business is open source, of course. We focus only on open source products, and we are a value-added system and software integrator. So the idea I came up with is to write a book, but not just a book published by a publisher, but a book that is free for everyone. The idea was like, okay, let's write a book and then create a book together with the community so that everybody can contribute to the book and that everybody can read the book for free. The idea that I had was like, okay, if I write a book, just try to follow an LTS version, because every 6 months there is a new release of Zabbix, which is painful if you have to update your book every 6 months. It takes a lot of time to write a book. So my idea was like, okay, let's focus on LTS versions, then you have something stable that can continue for a few months or years. I also wanted to write the book in an easy format that was portable to any platform, because if you want to do it with the community, then you have like Mac, Linux, Windows, whatever. So you need to have something that is easy to share with people so they can contribute in an easy way. And you don't write a book only for like people who speak Dutch or English. You want to write a book that is available in multiple languages. So my idea was like, okay, write a book, do it in English, and then find some people to translate the book. So that everybody can enjoy a free book. So after some thinking, I came up with the following ideas, like, okay, we need a book, but every new LTS version, we need a new book, or we at least have to adapt the book. So let's put it in something that is versionable, like Git. I like Markdown personally a lot. My notes, when I take notes, are always in Markdown. So I was like, okay, Markdown is easy to write. It's also very portable. So let's use Markdown to write a book. But of course, if you have Markdown, most of the people don't want to read Markdown. So you have to convert it in something that is readable for everybody. So the idea was like, okay, the end result needs to be in something readable, like, for example, an HTML website. But of course, people don't want to read online all the time. They want to take it on a portable device like an e-reader. So it needs to be in PDF or EPUB format or something else. So that was also one of the requirements. And then, of course, some people, even I, like to read a book sometimes, like a real book. So you want to publish a book in some way. So that was one of the other requirements that I had. So in the end result that I came up with was like, okay, let's use GitHub for versioning. Then it is online, everybody can download it from GitHub, can contribute code, etc. After some looking, I came up with mkdocs. Mkdocs is like a static generator that is based on Markdown. So basically you write in Markdown and mkdocs will generate HTML files from it, which is quite easy then, because then you don't have to convert manually everything to HTML. Also, mkdocs has wide support for plugins. So some plugins in Markdown, in mkdocs exist to generate PDFs. You can also modify the look from it because it supports templatings. So the HTML version that Markdown is generating can be manipulated with CSS. So this is quite handy because if you write in Markdown and you want to create some tables, let's be honest, they look ugly. So CSS is quite a good help to make some nice tables in it. And then GitHub itself has also a nice thing. GitHub has GitHub I/O. So basically, when you create something in GitHub, you can make use of GitHub I/O to publish what you have created in GitHub. So all the HTML pages are generated automatically based on the code that is created in GitHub. So why did I go for mkdocs? Like I said already, it's open source. So basically, it's free and it can be used by anyone. You can download it and install it on your laptop and generate code from it. Like I said already, it has the use of themes, so you can theme it like you want. If you don't like the look from the website is generated by mkdocs, you can just change the theme and then it will look different. So it can also generate static HTML, which is then easy to read online, of course, and it integrates very easy with GitHub I/O. It has support for CSS, and it has plenty of plugins, and it's portable, so everybody can install it local and build the book by itself. So you can basically just clone GitHub on your laptop and then create the book. The end result, after some testing, was that now, after the testing with Markdown and everything, that you can download the code on your PC, you can generate everything. It will build the book automatically in HTML. It's also easy to export in PDF now. There's also support for multiple languages. The Markdown tables look quite nice with CSS. The community can contribute because it's in GitHub. There is also support for a dark theme and a light theme, and there are many more plugins that we can use. So it starts to look quite nice. Where can you find it? It's at the moment in my personal GitHub. So you can download the code from my GitHub account, and you can read the book in HTML or generate a PDF from it from my GitHub I/O. So what does the book look like if you download it in PDF? This is how it looks at the moment. Of course, it can be themed like you want, so if you don't like it, you can change it. Is it finished yet? Absolutely not. We can use your ideas to improve the book, of course, but most importantly, I am looking with Zabbix at the moment and Nathan and Brian, how we can work together on this project and start a real community book, but most importantly, we are looking how to create a framework that is legal to protect the book. The idea is that we will create like a legal entity where the book can stay, so that it's protected, so nobody can download it and try to sell it afterwards. The idea is that we will create a book in the future that can be published, for example, as a real book, and then you can buy the book. And the idea is that we will collect the money to sponsor open source projects. That's why we want to protect the book in a legal entity. So at the moment, it's a bit stale. Stale is maybe the bad word because it's not like dead or something. It's not sleeping. We are just waiting to get the legal part finished. I hope to have this finished at the end of the year somewhere. So if you like to translate, if you like to contribute, you can still contact me. It will not happen like this month or next month, but next year. If you like to contribute, you're welcome to contact us and help us, of course. We'll still need you for translations because I want to have the book translated in as many languages as possible. We have to write a lot of topics. We probably have to write some topics that already exist. You can already download the book, you can read it. The basic topics are already covered, how to install Zabbix, how to configure certain things in Zabbix. Some people have already contributed topics, so thanks to those people who have already contributed. It was really nice to see you contribute right away to the project. So, how to contact me? You can send me an email, and of course, you can contact me on my GitHub account. So, that was my presentation about the book. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you really like it.
Go ahead, we have a question, I think.
A couple of quick questions. First of all, thank you for this work. People got interested, and how would one could help you translate it to his language?
At the moment, it's in Git, but like I said, it's not finished, and we are looking to start.
I mean, is it PO files or?
It's all in Markdown, so everything is just in an MD file, so you can just download the Markdown files and then translate it. There is also some documentation how to upload files and what the rules are at the moment. But like I said, at the moment, just wait a little bit till around the end of the year when the project is like in a legal entity, and then we can start fresh, and then just contact us and ask how can we contribute.
So basically, for each language, separate file, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And quick question: what is the target audience of the book?
I have written before. I've rewritten a book of Richard's. It was the networking Zabbix book. I wrote the one for 4.0. The idea of the book is to keep it more or less in the same style. I want to create a book that is like no competition with the Zabbix documentation, because Zabbix documentation has its own purpose. Nathan has already written a book, a cookbook. It's also not the idea to counter Zabbix books that already exist. I want to create something that is like new in the style that I already did before. So that's a bit the idea.
So the target audience are Zabbix administrators, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, guys, so I got a couple of things to talk about. We'll talk about the upcoming networking event, and then we'll give thanks to our sponsors. Don't rush off yet. We still have one small closing speech before we finish up. So, regarding today's event, the closing networking event, it'll be hosted in Burzma, in Galleria Center's 4th floor. That's a walking distance from here. It's a nice 10-15 minute walk. Our team will help you get there, so don't run off yet. It's really not far from here. And you can scan the QR code for the location. It's on the screen right now, and also you should be able to find it in the materials sent to you. Then, once again, we've had a great summit. We've had really great speeches. We've had, like I said, audience from all across the globe. The halls have been constantly full. This is the first time we've had 2 tracks, and this scale and scope is in large part thanks to our sponsors. So one final time, I'd like to say thanks to our diamond sponsor, InitMax, our platinum sponsor, Quadrata, our platinum sponsor, Easy IT, our platinum sponsor, IntelliTrend, our gold sponsor, Alenta, our gold sponsor, Metric.io, our gold sponsor, Docomo Business, and our silver sponsor, SRA OSS. Let's have a round of applause for our sponsors. Thank you, guys. And of course, I'd like to give a final word to the founder and CEO of Zabbix, Alexei. Welcome on the stage.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I will be very, very short now. So first of all, this is really Zabbix book. I believe it's really fantastic initiative. So if you have a chance, yeah, please join it as a translator or as a contributor. Anyway, I'd like to thank everyone, all the Zabbix community members, our customers, our partners, our sponsors of this summit for your support, for your contribution. So thank you very much. Also, I think, yes, we've been working on Zabbix. Zabbix team, we've been working on Zabbix for almost 20 years, and I think with every year we deliver new features. This year we delivered a new product in Zabbix Cloud, and we delivered a Zabbix 7.0. And this is thanks to the hard work of fantastic and wonderful Zabbix team. So please, and it's really, it's not easy, yeah. So it's not easy to build. I don't know. It's not easy to organize a summit, of course. Yeah, it's not easy to be creative and to innovative and continue to innovate all over this year. So this is thanks to my colleagues, thanks to the global team of Zabbix. And please, I'd like to welcome all Zabbix team members who are in this hall. Please go to the stage. And please give a round of applause to my colleagues, to Zabbix team. And of course, thank all of you for these 2 fantastic days. Speakers, everyone, you really made this today a really great event. Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, Ronald.
Some of you can sit here even like this. Oh, take one. Yeah. So we have a lot.
Thank you so much. And see you very soon this evening.